he'll still be number 49, and she'll be number 50. I could have the attorneys approach one more time. And that reminds me, if you have your phone on, turn it off, please. Not even on silent.
We are ready, Judge.
All right. Now that you're comfortably seated, I'm going to have everyone stand in just a moment and raise your right hands. But we are bringing a different chair for juror in seat 19. So you can actually, when you stand up, if I could have that second row on my left file out. And Mr. Barker, you can just move out of the row. Everybody else can move back in. Keep your same paddle numbers. And we'll have another chair up here shortly. All right, so if I could have everyone stand and raise your right hands, please.
Do each of you solemnly swear or affirm that you will answer truthfully all questions asked of you as prospective jurors, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. You may be seated except that second row on my left. File out and y'all can all shift down one. All right, they can come back in. Where are they going?
Yeah.
Where are they going?
Yeah.
All right, Mr. Barker, are you okay to stand right there while we get started briefly? All right, if you want to sit, we'll find another chair before that one gets up here, but it should only be a moment. All right, welcome everyone. It's okay to say good morning. Good morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Circuit Court for the 9th Judicial Circuit, which covers Orange and Osceola counties. I am Chief Judge Lisa Munyon, and I will be presiding over this case. You have been called to jury service in the case of the state of Florida versus Bessman Charles Obina Okafor. Is the state ready for trial?
We are, Your Honor.
Is the defense ready for trial?
Yes, ma'am, we are.
Thank you. Mr. Okafor has been found guilty of murder in the first degree in a previous trial. The only issue before you will be to make findings of fact and recommend an appropriate sentence to me. The punishment for first-degree murder is either life imprisonment without the possibility of parole or death. You may have noticed that we've given each of you a number to wear on the outside of your clothing on that jury badge. Each of you has also been assigned your own unique number on that jury badge. In addition, the court deputies have placed paddles with a seat number for your use when you are answering questions. To preserve your privacy, we will be referring to each of you by your assigned seat number and/or your badge number, not your name. This is likely to be a lengthy process. Your comfort is important to me, so I want to take a few minutes to address the subject before we get started and offer any accommodations that I can for you. We recognize the seats you're seated in can get uncomfortable, so please feel free to stand up and stretch if necessary. If you need anything else during your time with us, all I ask is that you raise your seat paddle so that I know that there is an issue I need to address with you. I will call on you, listen to your concern, and provide whatever accommodation that I can. Does anyone have any concerns right now that I need to address at this point? If so, raise your paddle. All right, I don't see any paddles raised. During the trial, it will be important for jurors to hear, see, and understand the proceedings in their entirety. If you have any concern about your ability to hear the proceedings, please raise your paddle and we'll address it. I see no paddles raised. If you have any concerns about your ability to see or observe the proceedings, please raise your paddles. I see none raised. The trial will be conducted in English. Jurors will be provided with evidence and instructions during the trial in English, both orally and in writing. Since the law generally prohibits the use of interpreters for jurors in the jury room during deliberations, I need to address the issue of language with you. If your first language is something other than English, please raise your paddle and leave it raised. I see juror in seat 11, 41, 56, 69, 31, and 47. Anyone else that I missed, whose number I didn't call? All right. Juror in seat 11, badge number 595. Your first language is not English. What is your first language? Portuguese. Do you have any concerns about your ability to understand what's going on during this trial? No? You need to answer out loud? All right, thank you. And that brings up a point I need to raise with you. As you can see before you is Rebecca Ruiz, one of our official court reporters. She is charged with a very important job of taking down an accurate record of everything that is said in court. She can only do her job if she can hear you and understand you. So I would ask that if you're answering a question, you speak loudly and clearly. This courtroom, although it is beautiful, has awful acoustics. And regardless of what they've done over the past 25 years to correct it, it has not made the acoustics great. So you're going to have to speak loudly. If you tend to answer yes or no questions with uh-huh or uh-uh, I'm going to ask that you not do that during these proceedings. Those two sounds look amazingly similar on the record, and we will not later know what you said. Can everybody do that? Yes. All right, thank you. Mr. Quintana, what is your native language, sir? Spanish. Do you have any concerns about your ability to understand what's going on in these proceedings? All right, that's good enough. If at some point that changes, let me know, okay? Thank you. Miss, is it Traconis Mura? Yes.
If I may, can we approach for just a sec?
Absolutely. And ladies and gentlemen, every once in a while, the attorneys will ask to speak with me privately. We are going to have as few of these as possible so that we use your valuable time wisely, but there are things that I do need to consider outside your presence. All right. Juror in seat 41, badge number 200. What is your native language? And do you have any concerns about your ability to understand what's going on during the course of this trial? Thank you. Juror in seat 47, badge number 243. What is your native language? You speak up a little bit? Spanish. And do you have any concerns about your ability to understand what's going on in this trial? Thank you, ma'am. Juror in seat 56, badge number 627. What is your native language? All right. Do you have any concerns about your ability to understand what's going on during the course of this trial? No? Thank you, ma'am. And juror in seat 69, badge number 2300. What is your native language? Do you have any concerns about your ability to understand what's going on during this trial? Thank you. For any of you who speak English as a second language, if at some point during the course of this trial you find it difficult to understand what's going on, please let me know, and we'll address it at that time. Can everybody do that? Yes. All right, thank you. That brings me to another point that I do like to address with jurors. We can do this process either efficiently or not. I prefer to do it efficiently when possible. So if you're asked a question that can be answered out loud as a group, I would ask that you answer it out loud as a group. Can everybody do that? Yes. Thank you. That will prevent us from asking each of the 75 of you the same question repeatedly, and will shorten this process. If by the same token your answer is different than the answers that you hear around you, please raise your paddle and get my attention so that we can address that difference. Can everybody do that? Yes. Thank you. Jurors must meet certain qualifications to sit as jurors in Florida, and I need to ensure that everyone present is qualified at this time to serve as a juror. You must be 18 years of age or older. If you're not 18 years of age or older, raise your paddle. All right, I don't have any. Thank you. You must be a citizen of the United States. If you're not a citizen of the United States, please raise your paddle. I see none. You must live in Orange County. If you do not currently live in Orange County, please raise your paddle. I see none. You cannot be a convicted felon unless your civil rights have been restored. If you are a convicted felon whose civil rights have not been restored, please raise your paddle. I see none. You cannot be under prosecution for any crime. If you are currently being prosecuted for any crime, please raise your paddle. I see none. You cannot be the governor, lieutenant governor, a cabinet member, a clerk of court, or a judge. If you're any of these, raise your paddle. All right, I don't, yes, ma'am. All right, this is juror in seat 32, badge number 531. And you're going to have to speak up a little bit. You're an administrative law judge in the federal system? All right. But you are not an elected state court judge. Thank you. And I assume that you probably don't deal with criminal matters either. All right, thank you, ma'am. Anyone else? I see no additional hands. You already know that I am the judge that will be presiding over this case. My job is to maintain order and decide how to apply the rules of law to the trial. I will also explain various rules to you that you'll need to know in order to do your job as the jury. The court deputies, whom you've already met, are here to maintain order and security in the courtroom, and they have the charge and care of the jurors during the trial. The court deputies are also my representatives to the jury. If a problem arises which you feel needs to be brought to my attention, the proper person to talk with about that problem is a court deputy. However, the court deputy will not be able to answer any questions pertaining to this case or assist you in matters pertaining to your deliberations. The trial clerks who are seated in front of me assist me with the mechanics of the trial process. They swear the witnesses, prepare the paperwork, number and handle the exhibits, and assist with many other duties during the course of the trial. And I have already introduced you to the court reporter, just so that you know, Ms. Ruiz will not be here throughout the entirety of the trial because court reporters have specific procedural duties during the course of a trial such as this. There will be 3 court reporters that rotate in that chair. Ms. Ruiz is here today. You'll also see Sue McGee and Brienne Crisp, and the 3 of them will be with us throughout the course of this trial. As stated previously, this case is the state of Florida versus Bessman Charles Obina Okafor. The name of the defendant is Bessman Okafor, and the name of the victim is Alex Saldivar. The attorneys representing the state of Florida are going to introduce themselves to you at this time, as well as anyone else who will be assisting them during the trial process. Mr. Williams.
Your Honor. Good morning. My name is Ryan Williams, and along with Assistant State Attorney Jamie McManus, we will represent the state of Florida. We do not anticipate anyone else joining us at the table, Your Honor.
All right, thank you very much. The attorneys representing the defendant are now going to introduce themselves to you, and they're going to introduce their client and anyone else that will be assisting them during the trial.
Good morning. My name is Ted Marrero, and along with Eben Self, we represent Bessman Okafor, and our mitigation specialist is Joyce Brenner. She's going to be assisting us during the trial.
Good morning.
Thank you. Does anyone know any of these individuals through a business or personal relationship? If so, raise your paddle and we'll discuss it. I see none. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the first part of every jury trial is known as voir dire examination or jury selection. It is the foundation of any trial. During this process, I will be asking you questions designed to determine your qualifications to serve as jurors in this particular case. And the attorneys then will have an opportunity also to ask you questions. The purpose of the questioning is for the court and the attorneys to determine if your verdict in this case would in any way be influenced by any past personal experiences you may have had, any opinions that you now hold, or any special training or knowledge that you may possess. Please understand that the questions which may be asked are neither intended to unduly pry into your personal affairs nor to embarrass you in any way. As I stated a moment ago, the trial is limited to the jury making the findings of fact and a recommendation to me about whether the appropriate sentence is life in prison without the possibility of parole or death. I believe, after speaking with the attorneys for both sides, that the trial will last for 3 weeks, including this week. We will generally work from 8:30 or 9 until 5 or 6, with a break for lunch and breaks in the morning or afternoon. I will tell you, sometimes I forget to take breaks. So if you need a break and I've forgotten to take a break, please don't hesitate to remind me. Even during this process, raise your paddle and I'll address it. All right, can everybody do that? Yes. All right, thank you. We will work Monday through Friday and try to avoid working in the evenings or on the weekends. I'm going to tell you a little bit about this case and some background information so you have some understanding of this process and the schedule that we will be following. Because this is a death penalty case, jury selection is done in 3 stages, and this is the first stage. The reason being, we have to talk to a large number of people, and we like to do it as efficiently as possible. At each stage, you will be asked a different series of questions. That is why it's vital that you pay close attention to the questions being asked and that you limit your responses appropriately. I am going to give you a general overview of this process, but you don't need to memorize it. It is just for you to have some background about what to expect. If you get past today, you will have to come back either 1 or 2 more times before we determine whether you will be chosen to serve on this jury. If you make it past this round today, you will be called back for more questions on Thursday. You will be assigned a specific time to report back. Now, if you make it past that stage and the following stage, I anticipate that the trial will start with opening statements and testimony next Monday, which is January 22nd at 9 a.m. If you are chosen to serve on the jury, I anticipate that this trial may, as I indicated, may take up to 3 weeks, including this week. However, the lawyers may complete the case sooner. I expect this case should be completed no later than February 2nd. This means that prior to February 2nd, the lawyers will have presented all of their evidence and arguments, and by that date, the case will be turned over to the jury to consider its verdict, or as we call it, the jury will begin deliberations. So beginning Monday, January 22nd, our work hours will be as follows. We will work Monday through Friday from 8:30 or 9 a.m., depending on what's happening in the trial and in my other hearings, to 5 p.m., and maybe up until 6 p.m. I do like to stop at the end of the day at a logical stopping place, so if I can finish a witness so they don't have to come back the next morning by going a little bit later, I like to do that. Now, once deliberations start, things do change a little bit. I do want to mention that this type of case, we are also going to sequester the jury once the deliberations begin, but only if the deliberations last overnight or into the weekend. Now, let me explain what sequestration means. According to the dictionary, it means to isolate, but it's actually not as bad as it sounds. First of all, I don't know about the rest of you, but I kind of do like to stay at hotels and have somebody cook for me and make up the bed and clean the room. So we'll put you up in a nice hotel. We'll provide all your meals while you're sequestered. You'll each have a private room, so you won't be sharing the room with anyone. In summary, a nice private room where someone else cooks your meals, someone cleans up after you and makes the bed. When the time comes for sequestration, I will notify you so that you'll have an opportunity to pack some things and leave them in your car and make any last-minute arrangements before reporting that morning to court. I can also make arrangements for you to see and communicate with loved ones, children, spouses, partners, all of that if the deliberations go longer than expected. Once the jury is sequestered for deliberations, I will keep our regular Monday through Friday hours in the courthouse, but we may also work on Saturdays so that we can get you out of here as soon as possible, because we are aware that the jury that is seated will want to move this case along. Again, this may only come up if the jury decides it needs additional time to deliberate, and that extends either overnight or into the weekend. The reason we sequester jurors is because the law is very clear that a juror must decide the case based only on what they hear in the courtroom. That means the evidence is presented in the courtroom, whether it be physical evidence, testimony, or documents. That's it. And we don't want the possibility of your verdict to be based on any outside information or influence. So we isolate you or sequester you during your deliberations to limit or avoid the possibility of that happening. We need a panel of jurors who can serve for 3 weeks, including this one. Let me pause here to say that most criminal trials in this circuit are done over the course of a couple of days. It is rare for one to last a week. Every now and then one comes along that requires me as the judge to recruit or draft members of the community to sit as jurors on cases that are longer than that. This happens to be one of them. Simply put, we need your help. We recognize that serving on a jury for 3 weeks can present a hardship for some of you. And I'll give you a chance to tell me if there are things in your life that you think would keep you from serving. Some of these we may be able to work around, but please understand that your definition of a hardship may not meet the legal definition of a hardship, and I'm required to follow the law. Having said that, to the extent that we can accommodate your concerns, we will try to do so. Obviously, this is an important case. We would like to have all of you volunteer for service, but please understand if that's not possible, you may have to be drafted, even though it could prove to be inconvenient. Many people believe that jury service is the truest form of democracy. You might recall that this idea of trial by jury was incorporated into both our state and federal constitutions. The reason that the jury system has survived is because, by and large, it does work. I am very proud to be part of a jury system, as are the individuals seated at the tables in this room. But like any human institution, it's only as good as the people who participate in it. That goes for me as the judge. I've got my job to do. The attorneys have their assigned roles. But at the heart of the entire process is you, the jury. I am now going to ask you about whether or not the schedule that I have presented to you presents a conflict for you, so that you would not be able to serve on this jury. I have broken this down into several categories, and I'll go through each one of them. But if you have an issue that doesn't seem to fit into any of the categories, I will ask you all at the end about whether you have any other issue that might present a conflict. If you do fall into any of these categories, simply raise your paddle for each category that applies to you. And because there are more than one, I will wait until I get everybody's conflicts, and then I will discuss them with you. First, a financial hardship. A financial hardship means that your employer does not pay you for your jury service, and that because you are not being paid while you're here, without that income, you would not be able to meet your financial obligations. In other words, you would not be able to pay your bills. Please raise your paddle if you believe you fall into this category, and keep them up until I call your number. 4, 3, 13, 37, okay, 13, you can put yours down, 43, 47, 48, 35, 37, 51, 68, 41, 72, 73, 75, 60, 3 and 4. Okay, y'all can put your paddles down. Did I get everybody? Since there are so many of you, I think I will go ahead and speak with you with regard to that. So juror in seat 3, paddle 3, badge number 212. What is your hardship, ma'am? I need you to speak up, please.
My job does not pay for me for anything. I'm a server, so I have to work daily to make my money.
All right, and if you don't get paid, you can't pay your bills?
Correct.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Juror in seat 4, badge number 201. What is your hardship, sir?
Financial.
All right, and tell me a little bit more about that.
I'm self-employed, so I don't work every day.
All right, and if you don't get paid for 3 weeks, does that mean you can't pay your bills?
Yes.
All right, thank you, sir. Juror in seat 13, badge 312. What is your difficulty?
I don't get paid for my job for service.
All right, and if you miss those paychecks, you can't pay your bills?
Yes, ma'am, that's true.
All right, thank you, sir. Juror in seat 35, badge number 745. What is your hardship? Bills. You don't get paid and you can't pay your bills if you don't get paid?
No, ma'am, I just started.
All right. Thank you, sir. Juror in seat 37, badge number 743. What is your hardship, ma'am? And you can't pay your bills? All right. Thank you, ma'am. Juror in seat 41, badge number 200. What is your difficulty?
I work on my own. I have my business, and I can stop for 2 weeks. I depend on clients and processes that need to be done, and my business will take care of that practice if I am operating.
All right, so you're self-employed. So if you're not working, you don't earn any money. And if you're not working for 3 weeks, would that make it difficult for you to pay your bills? All right, thank you, ma'am. Juror in seat 43, badge number 419.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you. Can you speak up a little?
What is that? PDO? I don't understand that term. Paid time off, okay. All right, are you supposed to be over there now taking care of her? All right, so you're basically used your PTO, and so you won't get paid? All right, and will you not be able to pay your? All right, so you won't be able to pay your bills? All right.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, could I ask that the court ask the potential jurors to stand? Some of them are difficult to see from where we're sitting.
All right.
Thank you,
If you could stand in place when you're answering a question. It's a big room, and your sound sort of gets lost if you're in a sea of people. So the next individual I'd like to talk to is juror in seat 47, badge number 243. What is your hardship, ma'am? All right, so you'd have a hard time doing both. All right, thank you, ma'am. Juror in seat 48, badge number 259.
I'm a chef for like a small local business, so our team's very small. We are paid hourly. I wouldn't be able to be on for that long. I also help in the care of my grandmother, so it's just not practical for me and wouldn't hurt me financially.
All right, so you don't get paid, and it'd be hard to pay your bills if you went without a paycheck? All right, thank you, ma'am. Juror in seat 51, badge number 477.
I'm a veterinary nurse in ER, and I do not get paid compensation. We are currently paying my bills, but I'm hourly.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Juror in seat 60, badge number 3231.
I work overseas, and I'm short in a gas, so I have worked 4 weeks on, 4 weeks off, everything completed 3 weeks, and I still have 1 week left.
All right, and if you're here and not there, does that mean you don't get paid? And if you don't get paid, will that make it hard to pay your bills? All right, thank you, sir. Juror in seat 68, badge number 264.
I don't get paid after the third day, so I can't go 3 weeks without getting paid notice of the month.
All right, you wouldn't be able to pay your bills? All right, thank you, ma'am. Juror in seat 71, badge number 610. I thought I saw that. No? Juror in seat 72, badge number 436.
Honestly, I'm already paid for today. You don't ask how long the company will pay. I don't know if they cover the whole 2 weeks. I'll have to call and find out. But if the cases they don't pay for that long, then I pay hourly the hospital. I won't be able to cover my bills.
All right. You will have, as you can tell, this is going to take a while, so you'll have an opportunity to check either today or tomorrow. All right? Thank you, ma'am. Juror in seat 75, badge number 50. Do you get paid if, what?
I get paid by the hour. I'm a subcontractor, so I can have employees doing this work.
All right, so you don't get paid if you're here? And it would make it hard for you to pay your bills? All right, thank you, sir. Is there anyone else I missed? Juror in seat 73. All right. Badge number 2154.
We were 2 small businesses, and we are actually seeking funding this week for our current startup. So we have those funding meetings lined up this week, and missing those for the potential of our business.
All right. On a personal level, I know you're the owner of the business. If you were here, jury service is never convenient for anybody. And for some people, it means they couldn't pay their bills. For other people, it means I don't get to take as nice a vacation as I wanted to, or I can't go out to eat as often as I would like. Where do you fall in that category?
Yes, the first business, consulting business, I am scheduled to be delivering the product, right, for the first 2 weeks, starting next week. And so that is my primary source of income. The second business is seeking funding.
All right, so you would find it, if you were here for 3 weeks, you'd find it difficult to pay your bills. All right, great, thank you, sir. I think I saw one more paddle go up. Juror in seat 5, badge number 649. What is your difficulty, ma'am?
So I work for a small business. There's only 5 of us. So I'm not sure if I get compensated. And then the second one is I run 2 Airbnbs, and without me, I'd have to shut them down.
Well, you will be going home every night, except perhaps during deliberations if they last overnight, which most of the time they don't. Would that be a problem with your Airbnbs?
Correct, Your Honor, because I have to do key handoffs and allow entry.
All right. And if you couldn't do that for a couple of weeks, would that affect your ability to pay your bills?
Yes.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else? Juror in seat 69. I see your paddle up. Badge number 2300. What is your difficulty?
I'm off today, but I'm going to find out if they will pay me for 3 weeks after me.
All right, so you don't know if your employer pays you or not. You'll have time to find that out. All right, thank you, ma'am. Anyone else whose paddle I missed with regard to financial hardship? All right, now we'll go to the next, childcare. Some of you may be stay-at-home parents. Others may be responsible for picking up and dropping off your kids from school. Now, I said that court hours will generally be 8:30 or 9 to 5 or 6. If you believe that having to keep that schedule would conflict with your childcare responsibilities and there is no one else that could perform those responsibilities for you, like maybe your spouse or another alternate arrangement could be made, then please raise your paddle. If you're not sure that arrangements can be made, raise your paddle and we'll at least make a note of it. All right, I've got juror in seat 4, 12, 10, 17, and when I call your number, you can put your paddle down. 16, 37, 41, 47, 56, 58, 71. All right. Then let me see if I can speak with you. Juror in seat 4, badge number 201. What is your difficulty?
I'm a single father, and I'm responsible for taking her to school.
And what time does she go?
8:15.
And how long does it take you to get from there to here?
From home to here?
From the school when you drop her off to here?
About 25, 30 minutes.
All right, so if we started at 9 every day, you could be here, but if we started at 8:30, it could be a problem.
Well, I'm still responsible for picking her up.
All right, what time does she get out of school?
3.
And she's not in extended day?
It's optional.
All right, and is it an option that you use?
Sometimes.
All right. All right, thank you, sir. Juror in seat 10. Badge number 647. What is your difficulty?
My name is Michael Rodriguez. I got 4 kids. One goes at 7:30, the other 2 is 8:50, and one of them 6:50 in the morning. And I'm responsible to pick them up at school at the same time, but they're different hours.
All right, so
One come out at 1, the other 2 I teach at 3, and then the other one at 4:30.
all right, so you are responsible for taking them to school and picking them up?
Yes.
And are they an extended day?
No.
All right, is there anyone else that could do that for you?
No, I don't have no family over here.
All right, thank you, sir. Juror in seat 12, badge number 261.
Yes, ma'am. 2 kids, 1 newborn, 1 a year and a half, and a primary caretaker for them. No, sorry, primary driver for the year-and-a-half-year-old.
All right, and she goes to daycare, I take it?
Yeah, mother's house and then help at the house.
All right, and what time do you take her in the morning, and what time do you pick her up?
8:30, pick up around 5.
All right, and how long does it take to get from there to here if you drop her off at 8:30?
15 minutes or so.
All right, thank you, sir. Let's see, juror in seat 16, badge number 190.
Every 2 days I care for a relative's child. I am the daycare, there's no other option.
All right, and when are you scheduled to do that in the next?
Firefighter schedule, 2 days off, 1 day on, and it's pretty much just.
All right, so it's every week, but it's different days every week?
Yes, depending on.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Juror in seat 17, badge number 269.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
2 children. My wife just had a procedure on her shoulder, so she's unable to drive. Nanny's on holiday for 2 weeks, so I'm on dad duty. My daughter is 11. She has to be at school by 8:45. And my son is 4 and a half, and I have to have him there no later than 9. Also in charge of pickup for the next 2 weeks. So
All right, what time do you pick them up?
he can stay as late as 6, no later than 6, and no aftercare. My daughter dances competitively, and so she's, at dance. So
All right, do you have to pick her up from school to take her to dance?
I do.
Okay, and so what time would you have to do that over the next 2 weeks?
With exceptions to Wednesday, which is early
Early-
release, I'd have to get there by 3 o'clock.
All right, thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
And with your nanny being gone and your wife being out of commission, there's no one else that can do it?
Correct.
All right, thank you. Juror in seat 37, badge number 743. What is your difficulty, ma'am?
Picking up and
All right, what times?
school starts at 8, gets off at 3.
And there's no one else, are they an extended day?
No, pay for that.
All right, and there's no one else that can do it? All right, thank you, ma'am. Juror in seat 41, badge number 200.
Hi, two teenagers. My husband and I divided our responsibilities for picking up and dropping off. They both have after-school activities. One is in sport, another one is dance and acting. They have activities from Monday to Thursday, and it's going to be even more difficult for us as a household to get all the responsibilities done. We have nobody else to take care of, and 3 weeks for me here is going to be very struggling because my husband cannot do it at all without affecting his job and me losing my job.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Juror in seat 43, badge number 419. Did you raise your paddle? No? No, you did not. I see that. Sorry, looking at the wrong note here. Juror in seat 47, badge number 243. Good morning. So what time do you have to be at the daycare in the evening to pick them up to avoid getting penalized? No later than 6? And how long does it take to get from here to there? All right, thank you, ma'am. Juror in seat 56, badge number 627. Good morning. What? All right, you don't have anyone else that could do that. All right, thank you, ma'am. Juror in seat 58, badge number 105.
I have a year-and-a-half-year-old, and I'm responsible for picking her up from daycare.
All right, and what time do you have to pick her up by?
4 o'clock.
You have to pick her up by 4?
Yeah.
The daycare doesn't stay up until 6?
They open till like 5:30. My wife works until 6. It's their busy time. She works for a rental company for year-end. She will be able to pick her up.
All right, thank you, sir. Juror in seat 71, badge number 610. Good morning.
So I have 2 kids. I need to drop off and pick up. I just have to see my husband could help with picking up because he won't be aftercare.
All right, you'll have plenty of time to check with him and find out. All right, thank you, ma'am. Anyone else whose paddle I missed that had childcare issues? I see none. The next category is adult care, along the same lines with childcare, but some of you may have to care for a parent or other adult who requires round-the-clock care. Again, given our schedule, is there anyone who believes that responsibility would present a conflict for you to be a juror in this case, and there is no alternative arrangement that can be made? And if you're not sure, again, go ahead and raise your paddle and we will discuss it. So if you have adult care issues, please raise your paddle and we'll talk about it. Juror in seat 44 and 48. All right, thank you. Juror in seat 44, badge number 668. What is your difficulty?
I am currently taking care of my grandmother, and I don't really have any help with my parents who are out of state. She has Alzheimer's, so it's kind of hard for me to be here to make sure she's okay. I have a neighbor watching her at the moment.
All right, does she require somebody to be with her all of the time?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And are you thinking that your neighbor may not be available for 3 weeks? All right. Thank you, ma'am. Juror in seat 48, badge number 259.
As previously stated, I take care of my grandma. We kind of share the responsibility as a family, but we all have pretty strict schedules, and my parents are actually going to be out of town for the next 2 weeks, so I'm pretty much the only one who will be able to take care of her at that time when she needs school.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else whose paddle I missed? All right, I don't see any other. Next category is travel. Is there anyone who has travel scheduled that conflicts with this schedule? Please raise your paddle, and I see, all right, juror in seat 16, juror in seat 33. I'm going to run out of room on this little piece of paper. Juror in seat 40, juror in seat 42, juror in seat 30, juror in seat 57, juror in seat 61, juror in seat 63. I got 40. Juror in seat 73 and juror in seat 60. Can I get everybody? All right. So we will start with juror in seat 16.
I have an ill family member in 2 weeks on February 3rd, February 10th. My family will be taking a trip to visit them, so we'll be out for about a week. I know it's towards the end, but
Yeah, we'll be done by then. We'll be done by February 2nd at the latest, and probably before then. Thank you. Juror in seat 30, badge number 847. All right, and if it had to be rescheduled, what would that mean?
I have to see who on my team could cover that,
All right, but it is possible that somebody on your team could cover?
potentially.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Juror in seat 33, badge number 226.
Travel February 9th.
We'll be done. All right, thank you. Juror in seat 40, badge number 359.
Good morning, Your Honor. Have a business trip going to Brazil on the 23rd for, should I have weeks? And
For-
there's nobody who can cover for me.
There's no one that can cover?
No, ma'am.
All right, and that's January 23rd?
Yes, ma'am, for 2 weeks.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. Juror in seat 42, badge number 198.
Yes, ma'am. I'm an airline pilot. I got 2 trips to Europe before the end of the month.
And if you were here and not able to do that, could your airline find another pilot to do it?
I guess you're gonna have to.
Okay, thank you, sir. Juror in seat 60, badge number 3231.
Yes, I work overseas for corporate cats in Abu Dhabi, and I work 4 weeks on, 4 weeks off. And I'm traveling January 25th. I have to be there because my back soon.
All right, thank you, sir. Juror in seat 61, badge number 413. Good morning. I need you to speak up a little bit. You're a long way away from me.
I'm going to be traveling to Louisiana. My mother-in-law has a doctor's appointment on the 29th, so that weekend. And yes, we have tried to pay someone to take her back and forth, but that didn't work out as well.
All right, so you have to be in Louisiana on January 29th to make sure she gets to the doctor?
That weekend for that money.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Juror in seat 63, badge number 407. Good morning.
I'm supposed to be in Pennsylvania, Tuesday the 30th, will be on the 2nd. It's not definite, so there's a possibility that I can have someone cover or rearrange those meetings.
All right, can you check on that if you would? All right, thank you. Juror in seat 73, badge number 2154.
Morning again.
Good morning.
I'm scheduled for travel at the end of this week. Contract
And is that in conjunction with what you've already talked to me about? All right, great. Thank you, sir. Anyone else whose paddle I missed that has travel? I see no additional paddles. Next, school. Are there any full-time students who believe that our schedule will present a conflict for them? If so, raise your paddle. I see none. Does anyone have a medical appointment scheduled that conflicts with our schedule? If so, raise your paddle. Okay, juror in seat 49. Hold on, let me find you. Here we go. And then juror in seat 61, and juror in seat 17, juror in seat 18, seat 6, 24, 12. Anyone else? All right. Juror in seat 6, badge number 765. When is your appointment scheduled?
Next Thursday at 3:40.
And would it adversely affect your health if you rescheduled it?
It's a monthly shot, so it could be detrimental.
All right. Is there any way to do it before we start court or after?
It's every 4 weeks.
All right. But you can't do it earlier in the morning? Or?
I can't function after the shot.
Oh, okay.
It's my
Gotcha.
eye.
Gotcha. All right. Thank you, ma'am. Juror in, let me see. Juror in seat 12, badge number 261. What's your difficulty?
The 2-month appointment with my newborn.
And if you were, I know you don't want to miss it, but if you were here, is there someone else that could take your child?
Wife could, yeah.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Juror in seat 17, badge number 269.
Snowden Regal has his appointment tomorrow at 9:45. As I mentioned, Amy can't drive and Annie's AOG, so.
So you're it.
Yeah, and we've waited for this appointment, so they already extended his vaccination records. So I have to take him tomorrow at 9:45 for his shots.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Your Honor.
Juror in seat 18, badge number 266.
Your Honor, I'm currently undergoing testing for possible breast cancer. Had an abnormal mammogram at the end of December, and I just had to have a bilateral ultrasound at the end of last week. I'm waiting to find out in the next few days if I need to do biopsy or MRI. And I'm doing the testing in Fort Lauderdale at the Acumen because I used to live down there. So my doctor up here recommended to continue going down there since they have all my records. So I'm going to know in the next few days if I need to get down there again for more testing. I don't want that delayed because my
Right.
sister had breast cancer, who's 10 years younger than me.
Yeah.
So
I'm sorry that you're having to go through this. Even if you don't know because they haven't called you, or they call you and tell you, we need you to come back in 3 weeks, and we'll be done with this trial, would you still be distracted because of this personal issue you're going through?
very stressful.
I would think so.
My sister Herbert's had it, and she's 10 years younger than me. So I don't know for sure yet if I need more testing, but I'm going to know in the next couple of days about the ultrasound.
All right. Well, thank you. I wish you the best.
Thank you.
Juror in seat 24, badge number 251.
Morning, Your Honor. I have a doctor's appointment this Friday. It took like 4 months for me to get on their schedule. I can check into rescheduling it, but just wanted to make you aware.
All right. What time is it on Friday?
I think it's in the early afternoon,
Okay. All right.
but I can see if I can get it earlier before I come in or something.
All right. And we will know shortly whether we will need you to come back and whether it will even be necessary for you to check. All right. Thank you, sir. Juror in seat 49, badge number 22. What is your difficulty?
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
Yeah, on Friday, I've got a full day of scans I've got to take, so
have chemo at the end of the week, end of the month, I can push out an extra week if I had to. My limiting factor is really Friday.
All right. And I imagine you're not doing those scans because you want to, but because you have to?
I've got stage 4 renal cancer, so
All right.
just run it through.
All right. I'm sorry to hear that, sir. But thank you for letting us know. Juror in seat 61, badge number 413.
I have a dental procedure scheduled for Friday at 12, Dr. Gerald Levine. And then on the 30th, I have my physical.
All right. If you needed to reschedule either of those, would it adversely affect your health?
For me, it would. It took me 4 months to get the dental work done.
All right. And what time of day is the appointment?
Is the dental work?
Yeah. 12. All right. Thank you, ma'am. I think I might have missed somebody. Did I miss anybody else that put their paddle up for medical? All right. Thank you. Are there any other conflicts that I haven't gone over that would affect your ability to be here? If so, raise your paddle and we'll talk about it. I have juror in seat 10, 15, 2, 54, 64. All right, thank you. Juror in seat 2, badge number 528, what is your difficulty?
Good morning.
Good morning.
So I'm a nursing supervisor and we're a small group. It's just being here, it's difficult to find coverage for me.
Thank you, ma'am. Juror in seat 10, badge number 647.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Michael Rodriguez. I'm the owner of One Stop Aircraft Maintenance. Tomorrow I have the conformity with the FAA, and I've been waiting a year for one of my aircraft to get from Part 91 to 135. And if I miss that, I have to wait another year or 2 years because the FISDO is backed up, and it's very important for me. So
All right.
just keep going.
So you have to be there at that appointment
I have
tomorrow.
to be there, yeah.
What time is it and how long will it
10
take?
o'clock in the morning in the office, all the way till maybe 5 o'clock, because the conformity is making sure all the units in the aircraft match with the logbooks and everything. So they go back to the airplane, double check, fire extinguishers, light raft, go back to the logbooks, make sure it's all
right.
All the maintenance.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Juror in seat 15, badge number 677.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
My name is Christopher Clark. I'm a civil defense attorney. We've got, in my calendar, I'm going to be frank, is booked for much of the next couple months, but especially the next month. It will be difficult to find coverage in our firm because it's a lot of everyone being slammed since the post-tort reform law went into effect. And I also missed a week last week from work just because of my brother's wedding. So I'm called, it'll be a month that I'm out of work, and it's not just coverage issues. I work for an insurance company. I need to keep them appraised with reports, summaries, pending proposals for settlement, Your Honor. But the biggest concern is I do have a court order that for one of my clients to sit for a deposition. It should occur in that time frame of this trial, and if it does not go through, if there's no coverage, then there are some pretty heavy civil penalties for my client, which include potentially the striking of the pleadings. So that's just kind of the situation I'm in. I also do have a 4 o'clock conference with my client in that case this afternoon, and a 6 o'clock doctor's appointment this afternoon.
All right.
Thank you very much, Judge.
Thank you. Juror in seat 54, badge number 515. What is your difficulty, sir? Good morning.
I have a strong objection to the death penalty.
All right, we're not even at that stage at this point, sir. All right, thank you. Let's see. Juror in seat 64, badge number 3462. Good morning.
I'm very busy as a performer, and we are pretty short-staffed in
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else that had a conflict that I didn't go over? All right, I don't see any additional hands. If I could have the attorneys approach for just a moment, please. With your notes. Can you hear me better now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, let me start over. I'm going to be releasing some of you to go back downstairs to the central jury room. You're not being released for the day because there are many judges in this building that are picking juries in one of our over 40 courtrooms. So you may get called to another jury panel. If I call your seat number and badge number, just stand where you are. I want to double check that I've got the right people before I send you downstairs. So juror in seat 2, badge 528. Juror in seat 3, badge 212. Juror in seat 4, badge 201. Juror in seat 5, badge 649. Juror in seat 6, badge 765. Juror in seat 10, badge 647. Juror in seat 13, badge 312. Juror in seat 16, badge 190. Juror in seat 17, badge 269. Juror in seat 18, badge 266. Juror in seat 35, badge 745. Juror in seat 37, badge 743. Juror in seat 40, badge 359. Juror in seat 41, badge 200. Juror in seat 43, badge 419. Juror in seat 44, badge 668. Juror in seat 47, badge 243. Juror in seat 48, badge 259. Juror in seat 49, badge 22. And sir, you can remain seated. You don't need to stand. Thank you. Juror in seat 51, badge 477. Juror in seat 56, badge 627. Juror in seat 58, badge 105. Juror in seat 60, badge 3231. Juror in seat 61, badge 413. Juror in seat 64, badge number 3462. Juror in seat 68, badge number 264. Juror in seat 72, badge number 436. Juror in seat 73, badge 2154. And juror in seat 75, badge number 50. State, have I called out the correct jurors that should be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, you are excused from this trial, but not from jury service. I'm going to ask that you go back downstairs to the central jury room. Thank you. Yeah, leave your paddles in your seats. All right, I'm going to give the rest of you a restroom break, but before I do, I have a couple of things I need to tell you about. First of all, when you come back in, take your same seat and paddle number. We have these very nifty little seating charts, and if you move around, we will be very confused. So please take the same seat that you're in when you come back. Do not discuss the case among yourselves. Do not discuss it with anyone else. Do not do any research during this very brief restroom break. Does anyone have any questions before I release you for a 15-minute restroom break? All right, we can't start again until everybody's back in and in their correct seats. So please do your best to be on time. I know that we have limited restrooms here, so if we have to wait a few minutes because there's a line at the restroom, I understand. All right, and you are released for a 15-minute restroom break. And I'm going to have to ask everyone to leave the courtroom until the recess is over. That'll be fine, yeah. And if the attorneys need to use the restroom, feel free to use the restroom in the jury deliberation room as opposed to with the venire. All right, I'll see you back in 15 minutes. We'll go over pretrial publicity. Okay, or I can get them when I go down there because I'm going to go down there right now and go to the restroom. He's just been staring at the floor the whole time. Yeah. But he's looking down the whole time.
Bring it to the judge's attention.
We'll just put it on the record and.
Okay.
I'm gonna head downstairs a little bit.
Just went down to chambers, we were trying to call you back.
So she went down?
15-minute break.
Don't know that person. Don't know her husband. Seven-day trial, so it comes out before everyone's going to talk to somebody. How's that? Trucking cases. Because the jury foreman was on a jury for a week, so he's kind of out of time on his hand. He ends up going on a date. You don't have to tell anybody. Like there's no evidence. And Walmart, you feel like we have to tell somebody. This is not telling you guys. But you're right. We've already reached trial. And then I didn't stick around long enough to go back to trial of that, but nightmare.
As far as I know, he brought all the prints up here. I don't know where the prints are. I haven't had them. So he's in charge. I did get a card to get in, but I left it in my office. before I went away, and not everything got back in. Well, we'll see. We'll see. I got it. Oh. Right, its battery was dying. But we can't turn it off. I was trying to turn it off. I can't answer that question. If I could answer the question, I'd be able to turn it off. I gave it to a officer to turn it off. All you do is press the button. No. No.
Unless you told her to turn yourself off.
What?
Unless you told her, hey sir, turn the phone off.
Turn off. I was going to say, I'll Google how do I turn off my iPhone. So,
Maybe that's a sign that you need it on.
Huh?
With the volume button on the side button.
The volume button.
I submitted the forms that they needed to be filled out. We got a new phone.
She didn't know how to turn off.
We couldn't turn it off. Just forward that to me, please.
What? Oh, yeah.
What happened with the
How the hell do you know how to turn off your phone?
No, you Googled it.
If I knew that I was being real, maybe we keep that to ourselves.
Seriously.
So, you kept the attorney, you kept the administrative law judge. And what about
so
this one
far.
and this one with the 2 children and his primary number 12? Why wasn't he gone?
I don't know.
Okay.
There's a medical appointment.
He's a medical appointment, he has 2 children, he's primary caretaker. I thought he said he had a newborn,
He did.
so.
Should we have asked for number 12?
So, what's his juror number?
Number 12 is 261.
No. Ted, leave it. Leave it. Leave it. Leave it.
Oh, okay.
That's not a person. That's what I want to do.
Okay.
Even when you guys are, we have a question.
Do you need both of us or just one of us?
He tried to give us 2 reasons. I think we should just move in an abundance of caution.
Let's make it easy.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, the judge actually brought it up, and then we just kind of glossed over it. It's just like a
Okay.
That's
Okay, that's fine.
to me, if it's like a traditional Episcopal church or whatever,
Got it. Got it. Okay. Yeah.
No, no, not exactly. It would be more like, it's been a minute, right? Been a minute, like somebody says, I haven't seen you in a long time. You say, been a minute, right? You know what I mean? Like, that's a term that somebody phrased. They didn't used to use that just a few years ago.
Okay.
Or another cliche. You got another one? My mother used to speak cliche. Well, that's a little harsh.
But that, you know.
Yeah, let me just add that they were not all cliches or insulting. Some of them are just worn out, okay? There are some that are insulting. Those are epithets. Yeah. My mother said, I don't care. Right. Yeah. Or if your friends walk off, tell you to jump off a bridge.
Would you do that?
Yeah, that's a, you know, it's overused.
Okay.
Overused. My mother said.
Sorry, I didn't.
No, throw yourself under the bus first.
Yeah, right. Right. We're both there, man. What's the name of it?
7. He said 7. What happened to 7? Somebody read it, and they got in trouble and left with it. I was like, I thought you said the ones you gave me. I read the whole say so. And I'm like, what the fuck happened? You want me to tell you? I said, no. Fuck this. I read the book.
You can remain seated.
They didn't get paid by the king, but they got to keep the hall.
That's kind of low.
That's the main reason most people join the path anyway.
Do we know if everybody's been able to go to the restroom that wanted to? Is there still a line?
Your Honor, while we're waiting for the jurors, the state and defense spoke, and we have agreement to release juror in seat number 12.
Seat number 12.
Yes, ma'am. Your Honor actually brought it up and then we kind of glossed over it.
Badge 261.
Okay. Seat 12, juror 261 can also be excused. So you can let him know. Huh? Oh, it doesn't matter. Whatever's easier for you. If you want to bring him in and have me excuse him, I can do that. We are ready. Oh. Okay. We have one individual that still hasn't made their way here, so we'll be at ease for a few moments. And while we're waiting, juror in seat 12, badge number 261, the attorneys have agreed that you can be excused at this time as well to go down to the central jury room. Thank you. The next stage of this proceeding, we're going to talk about pretrial publicity. I'm going to read you something with regard to the facts of this case and ask you some further questions. And ladies and gentlemen, in this case, there has been some pretrial publicity about some of the things in the case. Some of you may have read or heard something about this case. There has been news coverage about the case, and we want to speak to those of you who may have some knowledge about the case. In order to test whether you may have heard or read about the case, I have asked the attorney to prepare a factual statement, and the purpose of giving is to determine whether you have read, heard, or seen anything about this case. I am now going to read a factual statement that the attorneys have prepared. On September 10th, 2012, multiple individuals entered the house found at 503 Bernardino Drive in Ocoee, Florida. These individuals pulled 3 of the occupants of that residence, Brianna Campos, Remington Campos, and Alex Zaldivar, out of their rooms and lined them up on the floor of the living room. Each of the residents was shot, and Alex Zaldivar was killed. Danelle Godfrey, Emmanuel Wallace, and Bessman Okafor were previously convicted of the murder of Alex Zaldivar. Alex Zaldivar was killed one day before a trial was set to occur for a home invasion robbery at that same residence on Bernardino Drive that occurred a few months earlier. Brianna Campos and the other witnesses identified Bessman Okafor and another man, Nolan Bernard, as the men who had committed the home invasion and were set to testify against them both. Following their arrest for the home invasion, Nolan Bernard was incarcerated while Bessman Okafor was placed on home confinement and released pending the September 11th, 2012 trial. Recently, there has been news coverage of a young woman who served as a juror in a previous trial in this case. She was found in contempt of court by Judge Bleckman and sentenced to jail. Now that you know what this case is about, I want to identify those of you who may know something about the case. Please do not mention anything you know about the case at this time. We will discuss that with you later today outside the presence of the other jurors. I simply want to identify those of you with knowledge about the case at this time. So by a show of your paddles, please respond to the following. Do any of you know anything about the case, either through your own personal knowledge, rumor, or by discussion with anyone? I see no paddles. Have you read or heard anything about the case from any source, whether it be from the media, radio, television, internet, electronic device, or newspapers? If so, raise your paddles and hold them up until I call your number. Juror in seat 7, juror in seat 25, juror in seat 28, juror in seat 34, juror in seat 39, juror in seat 45, juror in seat 42, juror in seat 53, juror in seat 66, juror in seat 55, juror in seat 70. All right, thank you. Have any of you before today seen or heard anything about the case that hasn't previously raised your paddle? All right. I see no additional hands. In just a few moments, I'm going to release those of you who do not have a hardship and have not heard anything about the case. Prior to leaving the courtroom, you will be provided with a slip of paper with instructions to follow to show up on Thursday. Unless otherwise instructed, you are to report back to the jury assembly room on the first floor on Thursday morning for phase 2 of the jury selection process. And before we continue further, can I see the attorneys up here, please? Cherie, can you pick up your phone and hang it up? Okay, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, can you hear me? All right. Those that have heard something about the case, I'm going to have you remain because we're going to talk to you about what you have heard or read. So for the balance of you, I'm going to ask that you be back here on Thursday morning at 8:30 in the jury assembly room. We are going to provide you a sheet of paper that has that instruction, and we're also going to provide you a letter for your employer, just so that you can let them know that you've got to come back and that you could be selected to serve on this jury. So I'm going to release until Thursday morning juror in seat 1, juror in seat 8, 9, 11, and 14, juror in seats 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 26, 27, 29, and 30. Juror in seat 31, 32, 33, 36, 38. Juror in seat 46, 50, 52, 57, 59, 62, 63, 65, 67, 69, 71, and 74, not jurors in seat 70. So those that are going to be remaining in their seats right now are jurors in seats 7, 25, 28, 34, 39, 42, 45, 53, 54, 55, 66, and 70. Do I have that correct state? Yes, Your Honor. Defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So if I am releasing you until Thursday morning, you can stand and you will be provided with the, yes, sir.
My number was not called on either of those lists, Your Honor.
15, you're coming back on Thursday morning, sorry.
That's what I thought. I just wanted to be clear here.
Thank you. Yeah, the clerk is outside and she'll be giving you your paperwork. Are they all still out there? I probably should read them something else. No? Manny, can you have them come back in? I do need to read them something. All right, folks, sorry, come back in, have a seat. I do need to read you something based on issues we had last time. Just to make sure everybody understands. Oh, you're almost out of here, sorry. Yeah. All right, sorry, folks. You are almost out of here, and I snatched you back. I need to give you some instructions that are very important for you to understand and for you to obey during this brief recess during the trial. You should not discuss this case with anyone, whether they be in the courtroom, outside, or anywhere else. You should avoid any media coverage about the case, and you should not attempt to learn anything about this case at all. It is extremely important that the information you have about the case come only from what happens in the courtroom, and that you not receive any information about the case from any other source. I now instruct each of you not to communicate with anyone, including your fellow jurors, about this case. No communication includes no emailing, text messaging, tweeting, blogging, or any other form of communication. You cannot do any research about the case or look up any information about this case. If you become aware of any violation of these rules at all, notify court personnel of the violation immediately. During the course of the trial, the court will take recesses and you will be permitted to separate and go about your personal affairs. For those of you being released until Thursday, this is one of those recesses. During these recesses, you must not discuss the case with anyone, nor permit anyone to say anything to you or in your presence about the case. If anyone attempts to say anything to you or in your presence about the case, tell them that you're on the jury trying the case and ask them to stop. If they persist, leave them at once and immediately report the matter to a court deputy who will advise me. No electronic devices are permitted in the courtroom. You may use these devices during recesses, but even then, you may not use your cell phone or electronic device to find out any information about the case or communicate with anyone about the case or the people involved in the case. Do not take photographs, video recordings, or audio recordings of the proceedings or of your fellow jurors. The case must be tried by you only on the evidence presented during the trial, in your presence and in the presence of the defendant, the attorneys, and the judge. Jurors must not conduct any investigation of their own. This includes reading newspapers, watching television, or using a computer, cell phone, the internet, to get any information related to this case or the people or places involved in the case. This applies whether you're here at the courthouse, at home, or anywhere else. You must not visit any of the places mentioned in the trial or use the internet to look at maps or pictures to see any place discussed during the trial. Jurors must not have discussions of any sort with friends or family members about the case or the people and places involved. So do not let even the closest family members make comments to you or ask questions about the trial. In this age of electronic communication, I want to stress again that just as you must not talk about this case face-to-face, you must not talk about this case by using an electronic device. You must not use phones, computers, or other electronic devices to communicate about the case. Do not send or accept any messages related to this case or your jury service. Do not discuss this case or ask for advice by any means at all, including posting information on an internet website, chat room, or blog. These rules are imposed because jurors must decide the case without distraction and only on the evidence presented in the courtroom. If you investigate, research, or make inquiries on your own, I have no way to make sure that the information that you obtain is proper to the case. The attorneys likewise have no opportunity to dispute or challenge the accuracy of what you find. This is contrary to our judicial system, which assures every party the right to ask questions about and challenge the evidence being considered against it and to present arguments with respect to that evidence. Any independent investigation by a juror unfairly and improperly prevents the parties from having that opportunity our justice system promises. Any juror who violates these restrictions jeopardizes the fairness of these proceedings, and a mistrial could result that would require the entire trial process to start over. A mistrial is a tremendous expense and inconvenience to the parties, the court, and the taxpayers. If you violate these rules, you may be held in contempt of court and face sanctions such as serving time in jail, paying a fine, or both. When you return on Thursday, I will ask each of you to confirm that you have complied with these instructions. I am going to also, I know when you get home, your family is going to wonder what you've been doing today and why you have to go back on Thursday and what you may be doing for the next 3 weeks. Please tell them that the judge has instructed you not to talk about the case, that you have been required to come back, and that you will be more than willing to tell them more than they want to know when the judge releases you from the jury. Can everybody do that? Yes. All right, thank you. Then those of you that identified that need to come back on Thursday morning at 8:30, you are excused, and I am going to speak with the remainder of you in just a few moments. If I could have the attorneys approach for just a moment, please. All right, I am going to ask juror in seat 1, number 65, to remain so I can No, I don't have him. Sorry, he's been released. Juror in seat 7, 695. I'm going to ask that you remain. The rest of you, I'm going to ask that you just step outside for a moment. I'm going to call you in individually. Leave your paddles on your chairs, and we'll talk about what you know with regard to the case. Sir, you're being questioned because you indicated you know something about the case.
Yes, ma'am.
That doesn't mean that you're disqualified from sitting. So let's start by just telling us what you know or what you've heard.
I know how the trial ended first. He was convicted, then he was actually sentenced to death. Then the state overruled that ruling, it had to be not majority. So he was resentenced, and I knew a couple weeks back, a month ago, that you let a juror go because she said she knew something about it, but she didn't. That's about what I know.
All right. Would any of that, so do you know anything about the particular facts of the case, or mostly just about the procedural history that this case has gone through?
Mostly just procedural process we went through.
Has anything that you've heard, would that make it difficult for you to be fair and impartial in this case?
No, ma'am.
All right. You understand the importance of deciding this case and what you hear in the courtroom and the instructions on the law that I give you?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. State, do you have any questions?
Your Honor, briefly, if I may.
You may.
Good morning, sir. Given the procedural things that you heard about, have you formed an opinion as to what the appropriate sentence for Mr. Okafor is?
No, sir.
And I'm specifically asking because you indicated to the court that you heard what the prior sentence was. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Despite the fact that you know what a previous jury decided, is it your testimony under oath here today that you have not made up an opinion as to what sentence should be imposed?
I really don't know enough facts to say I have made a decision yet, sir.
All right. Could you set it? I'm sorry, Judge. Did you say something? Could you set aside anything procedurally that you heard about the case and make a decision on a sentence based only on the facts and evidence that you hear in the trial if you're selected?
Yes, sir.
I don't have anything else, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you. Defense, any questions?
Briefly, Your Honor. Good morning, sir. How are you? I was just wondering, what are your sources for your information? Like, do you subscribe to the newspaper? Are you one of the few that still does that?
I had the newspaper until a month
Right.
ago, and then I
Okay.
watched the news, that's it.
Which channels do you watch? 9? Okay. Any other sources? Any internet sources, like a feed to your phone or anything along those lines? Okay. Do you watch Channel 9 on a regular basis, like every day?
Not really, I usually just check the weather.
Okay. Anything about what you've watched in the news that you feel, I mean, about the way that they covered it or whatever was reported that you feel may have influenced you in terms of your opinion or anything? Okay. Mr. Zaldivar, the father of Alex Zaldivar, has appeared on the news a few times. Are you familiar with any of his appearances or anything along those lines?
No, sir.
Not familiar with him at all?
No, sir.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Either party have an objection to juror in seat 7 returning on Thursday morning at 8:30?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
All right, he'll need the paperwork to return on Thursday morning at 8:30, and I will need to see juror in seat 25.
Have a good day.
I will. You too, sir. See you Thursday. Good morning. You can sit. Unless you prefer to stand. Okay, you're good with standing. I know you've been sitting a while this morning. You've been asked to stay back and answer some questions because you indicated that you had some knowledge of the case. It doesn't mean you're disqualified from serving on the case, but we want to find out what you know. So can you tell me everything that you have heard about this case?
Well, I don't get into people's business. I listen to world news instead of local news. So a couple of times I was going through the house, Eyewitness News was on at 5. I heard a little about the case, but other than that, that's it.
Right, do you remember anything that you heard other than perhaps the names? All right. Any other source other than the television news? Which station? Channel 9. And is there anything about what you heard that would make it difficult for you to be fair and impartial in this case?
To be honest with you, everybody's innocent until proven guilty.
All right. And you have to understand that we start this penalty phase with the understanding that Mr. Okafor has already been found guilty of first-degree murder. All right. Thank you. State, do you have any questions? Defense, do you have any questions?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Any objection to having juror in seat 25 return on Thursday morning at 8:30?
No objection.
All right. Sir, you'll get some paperwork on your way out. I'll see you on Thursday morning at 8:30. Thank you. Juror in seat 28. Good morning, sir. How are you? I am well, thank you. You've been called back in because you can sit if you want or you can stand, whichever you prefer. You've been called back in because you indicated you know something about the case. Just because you have heard something about the case does not mean that you're automatically disqualified. So we just want to find out what you know and the source of your information. So tell me everything you know about the case.
So it's pretty much as you alluded to, it's simply I just heard about the case on the Alexa News. I was pretty much in passing. I don't really have any other information further.
All right. What do you remember about what you've heard?
I do remember hearing it, and I don't even remember like when I heard this. It was pretty much what, as you described earlier, about people breaking in, holding others at gunpoint, and basically what sounded like an execution.
All right. And do you know the source of that report?
I believe it was West 2.
West 2 on the television?
Yes.
Do you think you have any other source of information other than the television news?
No.
Is anything that you heard, would anything that you heard make it difficult for you to be fair and impartial in this case?
I remember when I heard about it, and it sounded horrifying to me. So in terms of like my reaction to it, I wonder if it might, but I can't say definitively.
All right. I'm going to turn the questioning over to the attorneys. They may have additional questions for you. State.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, the court told you and everyone else earlier that Mr. Okafor has been previously convicted of murder. Did you hear that?
Yes.
And so do you understand that your role in this process would be to determine what potential sentence Mr. Okafor should receive? All right. So the question I have is, have you formed an opinion about what the appropriate sentence is based solely on the news you've heard and your gut reaction? That's my word, not yours. When you said horrifying, I took that as a gut reaction.
Right. Yeah, gut reaction. As far as like a sentence, no.
Right. So you have not formed an opinion as to what sentence he should receive. No. Can you set aside what you heard through the media, which frankly may or may not be true, and make a recommendation to the court on the sentence based only on the evidence that you hear and that is presented in this courtroom if you're selected?
I do not.
You do not what?
I do not think I could provide a recommendation without having the outside information influence how I'm making it.
Okay, so you're concerned, if I'm hearing you properly, that what you heard before and your reaction to it may enter your mind when making that determination. Okay, thank you, Judge. I have no further questions, but would move.
All right, thank you. Any questions?
No questions, Your Honor, and we would not object.
All right. Then, sir, I'm going to release you from jury duty at this, or release you from this case at this time, ask that you go back downstairs to the central jury room. They may need you to preside over other cases. All right, thank you. Have a good day. I need to see juror in seat 34. Good morning. You can sit anywhere you want, or you can stand if you prefer. It's up to you. Ma'am, you've been called back in because you indicated you know something about the case. That does not mean that you're automatically disqualified. We just need to know what it is that you have seen or heard about the case. Did you say Channel 9? Would anything that you heard on the news make it difficult for you to be fair and impartial in making a recommendation with regard to sentence in this case? All right, well, ultimately, what you have to base your decision on is what you see and hear in this courtroom and my instruction on the law and nothing else. Is that something that you could do, or would this outside publicity make it difficult for you to do that? All right, thank you, State.
No question, or just a motion.
Defense.
If I may, Your Honor.
You may.
Morning, ma'am. Yeah, so the inquiry that we're making, right, is to try to figure out if you've already kind of made up your mind, right? I mean, like we're trying to find people who haven't made up their mind, regardless of what you've heard or been exposed to. Obviously, you could have made up your mind, right? Or you could have a pretty strong feeling one way or the other, and that's what we're trying to find out. I know you've heard a lot of people give their opinions, right? Is that what you said? So did any of those opinions like stick with you? In other words, you know, have you made up your mind, or would you, as the judge said, you know, be able to listen to all the evidence in this case and then make up your mind? And I don't want to push you one way or the other. I just want you to tell me what you feel. Sure.
thing. So I remember hearing this case on the news because it was a big case at the time.
Right.
So for me, I hear a lot of older people, a lot of young people, all different races and colors that have their opinion on this case. A lot of people say it was good, some people say it was a setup. So I'm not too sure.
Well, I mean, we don't expect you to be sure, right? I mean, like, it sounds to me, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but it sounds to me like you haven't made up your mind. And I'm not asking you what your ultimate opinion is. I'm just asking you if you've made up your mind. Because if you've made up your mind already, then you know what I mean? You shouldn't be a juror here, right? But if you haven't made up your mind, and if you're open to listening to everything and then making up your mind, that's what I would want to know.
I'm not open to listen to this over again because it's been so long for me. And then I feel like I just don't want to hear this case.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. That's fine. Well, all we want is for people to tell us what they really feel. That's the most important thing. So thank you very much.
Any objection to
No
the statement?
objection.
All right. Ma'am, I am going to send you back downstairs to the central jury room. You are excused from this case, but you may be needed for other cases. Thank you. I need to see juror in seat 39, please. I would say good morning, but it's now barely afternoon. If that, that's a minute or two off, so it's still morning, just barely. Ma'am, you were called back in because you indicate that you have heard something about this case. Just because you've heard something about the case does not mean that you're automatically disqualified, but we do need to know what you've heard and from what source.
So I remember hearing about it, just the fact that someone was found guilty, and then because of something that one of the jurors said, it was going to be, I don't recall the sound right word, but whatever the terminology is. And I really didn't know too much more than that, and so unfortunately, this lady sitting next to me right before the first grade actually brought it up and told me that the previous juror, I guess, had said something, and it now was retried, and she got 100 days, maybe 108 days in jail, which made me really uncomfortable, and I was just kind of like, oh, I cannot do that. Luckily, she was dismissed right after the break anyway, but that's the reason it stuck out to me, because I did remember hearing about the jury being the reason.
All right, what would have been the source? Would it have been television, newspaper, internet?
Honestly, I'm just scrolling on my phone, if I remember correctly, but I don't know any of the details, ins and outs, anything like that. I just remember when she said that, it stuck out to me, having to be retried because of the juror.
Would anything that you heard about the case make it difficult for you to be fair and impartial in this resentencing?
I don't think so. I mean, I would love to say 100% no, but the other sources be a little bit subconscious partiality, I believe, but I think I would be able to be fair.
All right, do you believe that you could listen to the evidence with an open mind and follow the law that I give you to make a recommendation in this case? All right, state any questions. Yeah, no, sorry.
No, Your Honor.
All right, defense, any questions?
Yes, Your Honor, just briefly. I think you indicated that you believe that you could be fair or impartial. Do you know if you can be fair or impartial?
I will say that I will go into it.
Have you made up any decision at this point as to what you think the right sentence should be? Do you know anything about the underlying facts of the case?
No, and that's why I would not go into it with any I just remember that I'd heard about it, and then the jury part stuck out to me.
And the conversation you had was it with the juror that was sitting next to you? And she said something about the previous juror had gotten jail time or something? Is there anything about that? anything about the idea that whether that's true or not, whether the previous juror got jail time or didn't get jail time, that would make you not want to be a juror in this case?
No, it was surprising to me because I wasn't really aware that that was even a possibility, but it's not something, I mean, it's understandable.
Nothing further.
All right. Thank you. Any objection to me having her return on Thursday morning at 8:30?
No.
All right, ma'am, I'm going to need you to return on Thursday morning at 8:30, and we will continue this process. Thank you. I need to see juror in seat 42. You can sit anywhere. Sir, you were called back in because you indicated you know something about the case. That does not automatically disqualify you, but we do need to know what you know and from what source.
So, mind if I stand?
No, not at all.
So, Your Honor, when you mentioned his name, the defendant's name earlier, I immediately recognized it, and I looked over and I immediately recognized the defendant from the news. I've lived in Orlando my whole life.
Are you talking the television news?
Yes.
All right, which,
So I do remember this case. Obviously, big news back, I guess about 2012, 2013. I recognize the victim's name. I remember they were teenagers, I believe, Sandy Bar, at the time. As far as the details of the case, couldn't give you specific details. I just recognize the names and remember the case.
do you have,
I was surprised if we were here, because that's, in my mind, I was like, well, he's already been convicted, and I guess we found out.
we're here for a resentencing.
For a reason, yes.
Yeah. You indicated that you heard it from the news. Is there one particular station that you usually watch?
Probably West into.
All right.
That's usually what I watch for news, especially back in the time.
Is there anything that you heard that would make it difficult for you to be fair and impartial in this new proceeding?
No, I mean, I feel like I could be impartial. I feel like I'm smart enough to put all that aside. So I don't think anything would sway me.
All right, you understand that, sometimes the news doesn't exactly get it right?
Well, sure.
And that you have to make your decision based upon what you hear in this courtroom and the instructions on the law that I give you? All right, you don't think you'll have any difficulty doing that?
Yes, ma'am. Or, I mean, no, ma'am, won't have any difficulty.
All right, thank you.
There is one more thing I need to
Sure.
disclose.
Okay,
Since we're in a private setting, this is a need-to-win basis, but this young man's fight for his life, so I believe his defense team needs to know, but can I give you something? I'm a sworn federal law enforcement officer.
are you?
Yes.
What,
I do not have, I mean, I am not exempt from jury duty, which is why I did not bring it up. But being that this is such a huge case, as you mentioned, there was apparently a juror misconduct. I felt appropriate to disclose this.
which agency do you work for?
DHS.
Okay, Department of Homeland Security? All right.
Give me my credentials and everything like that.
You're under oath, so I assume that you are telling me the truth. All right, thank you for sharing that with us. Would anything about your job make it difficult for you to be fair and impartial in this case? All right. Thank you, State. Any questions?
No, Your Honor.
Defense?
Sir, could you tell us a little bit about what you do with DHS? If it's not classified.
Well, it involves airlines, so it is kind of
Okay,
sensitive.
I understand what you're saying. Yes, okay, thanks for your service. Sorry?
That's why I didn't disclose it.
Okay, I gotcha.
Need to know basis only, but it's.
I'll be happy to see you aboard. Okay, so we don't get any of those sort of people testifying in court ever. Do you feel that that biases you in any way against my client?
I don't get biased at all. I just wanted you to be aware.
I appreciate it.
The reason
Yeah, I noticed that you may have, and I appreciate that as well. I noticed you may have misheard what the court said. The court said that we were here for a resentencing. Did you understand that?
Yes.
Okay, I thought I heard you say reason or repeat the word reason.
No, I understand it's just a resentencing, but my
Okay.
understanding is juror misconduct or something. to that
Exactly.
effect. So, yeah, full disclosure, I don't want to be the reason for an appeal or
Right.
go here to, another 10 years.
So really, the heart of the matter is just your exposure to news reports and whatnot. Obviously, Mr. Okafor's been convicted, found guilty. What we're here to do is to decide, for you to decide, what is the appropriate sentence. And I just want to know from you under oath that whether or not what you've heard in the news and reported or spoken with anyone personally or professionally or in any context whatsoever, any of those things might bias you one way or the other, so that you should bow out of this. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Any objection to having this juror return on Thursday morning at 8:30?
No objection.
All right, sir, I will see you on Thursday morning at 8:30. Thank you. Have a good day. I need to see juror in seat 45. Good morning, sir. You can sit or stand, whatever you prefer. You were called back in because you indicated you know something about this case. That doesn't automatically disqualify you, but we do need to know what you know and from what source.
Very little. It was from WBSH yesterday morning, and this morning the coverage reminded me of coverage from years ago. I saw a decent amount of, but it's not like I followed it.
All right. And do you recall any of the specific facts of the case that you might have heard years ago?
No, there was so little coverage this morning, it did remind me of before, but I don't recall anything very specific. I couldn't remember anybody's name or what to say.
And understanding that, yeah, sometimes the news doesn't get it completely right, even if you did remember. Yeah, can you assure us that if you are selected to serve on this jury, that you will decide this case and the facts you hear in the courtroom and the law that I give you?
I can. I think I'm a very good juror. I've been on one jury before. But can I get one thing out of the way while we're private here?
Sure.
I am dead set against the death penalty. I'm a Catholic from probably age 5, I guess, in middle school and the whole thing. I could not do it.
All right.
Since I was 19.
All right. Thank you, sir. I'm sure the attorneys will have some more questions for you, State.
So what I just heard you say, we'll call you Mr. 45, is that because of your religious beliefs, there are no circumstances under which you could even consider voting to recommend a sentence of death?
Zero.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Defense. All right. Any motion? All right. Sir, I'm going to excuse you from this jury. You may be needed on other juries today, so I'm going to ask that you go downstairs to the central jury room. Thank you for letting us know. Have a good day. I need to see juror in seat 53. Hello, how are you? You've been called back in because you indicated you know something about the case. That doesn't automatically disqualify you from the case, but we do need to know what you know and from what source. So can you tell us what you know about the case?
So I've heard about it on
right? And did he live there back in 2012?
Yes.
And did you hear about it from your uncle?
Yes.
Would that make it difficult for you to be fair and impartial in this resentencing?
No.
Could you set all of that aside, what you've heard from the news media and from your uncle, and decide this case and the facts you hear in the courtroom and the law that I give you?
Yes.
When you say you heard something on the media, in the media, what would be the source? Was it television, newspaper, internet?
Television?
All right, what channel do you usually watch?
The news channel
2?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. Let me see if the attorneys have some questions. State?
How long ago was this conversation with your uncle who lives nearby? You said you talked to him a little bit about what occurred?
During the time that it occurred.
So 10 years ago? Okay. When was the last time you talked to your uncle about that?
It's been a while.
Right. Did you, as a result of those conversations, form any opinions about what a appropriate sentence for Mr. Okafor would be?
Somewhat.
Okay, tell me about that.
Well, I mean, from what I had heard that happened there, it's tough to be able to, say not guilty and give what he deserves.
All right, so let me unpack that a little bit. What did your uncle tell you? You said it's hard to hear what occurred. Tell me, to the best of your memory, what your uncle said or observed or knew about the case.
They did say that there was a home invasion that had occurred and that there was people in that particular house, which was technically like 2-3 houses away from where all my family lives.
Yes, ma'am.
And that someone was killed.
All right, did he tell you anything else about it?
No.
All right, and so the question I had asked you was, did you form an opinion about the sentence? So let me further unpack that. You understand that Mr. Okafor has already been convicted of murder. Right? So you're not going to be asked to decide if he's guilty of that because that's already been decided. You understand that?
Yes.
What your role would be to listen to all the evidence and the law that the court gives you and make a recommendation to the court on the appropriate sentence. Do you understand?
Yes.
All right. So where I'm going with that is you said it would be hard, maybe I'm putting words in your mouth. You said something about what he deserves. Do you have an opinion as to what the appropriate sentence is right now before you hear anything else?
Well, I mean, murder is murder. I would never put anybody under death penalty or anything like that. I don't believe in that. No.
Okay, so you don't believe in the death penalty?
No.
All right. Is that a religious, moral, or ethical belief, or all three?
All three.
All three. Okay, how long have you held that?
My entire life.
All right. Certainly as long as you've been an adult. Is that fair? All right. Are there any circumstances under which you could vote to impose a sentence of death on another human being?
No.
No matter what you heard or what the law said?
No.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you, ma'am. And stay with move.
Defense?
No question.
All right, is there a motion?
No objection.
Right. Ma'am, I'm going to excuse you from this case. I'm going to ask that you go downstairs to the central jury room. They may need you to serve as a juror on other cases. Thank you. Have a good day. I need to see juror in seat 54. Good afternoon, sir. You were called back in because you indicated opinion about the death penalty. So tell me what that is.
I'm a former minister, so I believe in justice. I just kind of make that decision on a personal level, more than
All right.
sending someone to death.
So it's a religious belief? All right. Are there any set of circumstances under which you could see yourself recommending a sentence of death? All right. thank you. State, any questions?
No questions, the state moves.
Defense, any questions?
No questions and no objection.
All right, sir, I'm going to excuse you from this case. I'm going to ask that you go downstairs to the central jury room. You may be needed in other cases. All right, thank you. Have a good day, sir. I need to see juror in seat 55. Good afternoon, ma'am. You were asked to remain behind because you indicated that you knew something about this case. That does not automatically disqualify you, but we do need to know what it is you know and from what source. So can you tell me what you know?
I read an article about the mistrial and the juror being sentenced to jail time. So I think there were some facts. It was a few days ago, so I don't remember a lot of the details, but I did.
All right, was that a newspaper article, internet?
It was Click Orlando, so I think it's like an online news source.
All right. And would anything about, do you know anything else other than what you read then a couple of days ago about that juror? Would anything that you read make it difficult for you to be fair and impartial in this case? No. All right. Thank you. State, any questions?
No questions, Your Honor.
Defense?
No, Your Honor.
Ma'am, I'm going to ask that you be back on Thursday morning at 8:30 for further questioning. All right, now, they'll have some paperwork for you. I need to see juror 66. Sir, you can sit anywhere. You were called back in because you indicated you know something about this case. Just because you've heard something doesn't mean you're automatically disqualified, but we do need to know what you have heard and from what source. So can you tell me what you know about the case?
I don't know too much. I saw it on the local news, I believe Thursday or Friday, saying that I thought they said deliberation was expected today, but they probably said it was selection starting today. And then they went to a man, I think it was
All right, and what local news station do you typically watch?
I don't know. I normally don't watch a lot of local news. I usually watch national news. I was just looking through the local ones while the national ones were on break. I just remember it because I remember telling my wife, I knew I had a very good day, and I was like very lucky just for that.
All right. Is there anything about what you heard on that very brief news story that would make it difficult for you to be fair and impartial in this case?
Not anything I heard on the news.
Is there, I hear some reluctance in your voice. So
I won't ever
all right. Are those religious beliefs, personal beliefs?
Those started with religious beliefs. But yeah, yes, ma'am.
All right. Are there any set of facts that you can envision that would, in which you would vote for a sentence of death? All right. Thank you. State?
No questions, but the state moves.
Defense?
No questions, no objection, Your Honor.
All right. Sir, I'm going to excuse you from this case. I'm going to send you downstairs to the central jury room. There may be other trials that they need your help on this afternoon. Thank you. Have a good day. Juror in seat 70. Welcome back, ma'am. You were called back in because you indicated you know something about this case. That doesn't automatically disqualify you, but we do need to know what you know and from what source. So let's start with what you know.
I remember hearing about it back when it initially happened. It was on TV, on the news. I had heard about break-in and murder after the person had performed as a witness from a previous home invasion. And then I heard about it more recently about the juror that got disqualified, knowing someone that knew the victim.
All right. So you indicated that you heard it on the news. Is it television news that you would have heard this on?
Correct.
Is there one state favor?
Yes, Channel 2 News.
All right.
Yes.
Is there anything about what you've heard that would make it difficult for you to be fair and impartial in this case? All right. Can you listen to the facts that are presented during the course of this resentencing, listen to my instruction on the law, and make your decision about a recommendation regarding sentencing based solely on the facts you hear here and the law that I give you? All right. Any doubt about that? All right. Thank you. State?
Thank you. That was a long pause. So may I ask you what your hesitation was?
I believe I would listen, just facts given. I mean, it would be slightly difficult not to erase that I already knew about it, but at the same time, I know I can't base everything off of what I hear on TV or any news station. Obviously, there'd be way more facts there involved than what I hear.
We like to think so. I guess the question I have is, have you formed any opinion about the appropriate sentence based solely on the news that you've heard?
Based on the sentencing, no.
Okay, that's what I was going to get to. So you understand, it sounds like that he's already been found guilty and that's not an issue for you. Your sole issue would be to make a recommendation to the court as to whether he should receive a sentence of death or life. That's kind of where we are. I want to make sure you understand that. Right. And just echoing what the judge says, I try not to repeat people. Do you feel you could set aside anything you heard and make that recommendation based only on the evidence you hear in the courtroom and the testimony and the law that the judge gives you? Okay, tell me what you mean by not solely.
Only that, on whether or not finding him guilty, that would not be solely, but as far as the sentencing note, that would be solely on what I hear.
Let me ask a follow-up to that question, because you've mentioned the guilt a couple of times now. Is it going to be an issue for you that you will have to accept that he is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt as he sits here today? Because that's kind of reverse in our process. Normally, that has to be proven to jurors.
No,
Right.
that would not be an issue.
Let me ask it a reverse way. Was the opinion that you formed based upon the media attention that he was guilty?
Yes.
Okay. It's fine, because that's already been decided. So you have no issue with making the sentencing recommendation based only on the information from the courtroom. Correct. The hang-up that you were having, and if I say it wrong, tell me, the hang-up you were having was that you had formed an opinion that he was already guilty.
Correct.
Okay, that's all. Thank you, Judge.
Any questions, defense?
Yes, Your Honor. It sounds to me like there was a couple times you took sort of long, pregnant pauses, I'll call them, to answer. Do you think it'll be difficult for you, if you're selected as a juror in this case, to put aside the information that you've already heard from the news?
It would, if it was a case of whether he was guilty or not, that definitely would be an issue. As far as the sentencing, it would not have bearing on the sentencing.
more inclined to give one sentence over a sentence of death, for example, over a sentence of life, based on what you've heard from the news? Do you think that it'd be difficult for you to set aside the information that you've learned from the news when you're listening to information in the courtroom? You think you'd be comparing what you're hearing in the courtroom to what you may already know? And that you may be more inclined to listen or believe what you know as opposed to what you're hearing?
I would believe what I heard in the courtroom.
But do you think it would enter your mind and perhaps cloud your judgment?
It would definitely enter my mind. Something that is in the back of my head.
Do you already have an opinion as to what you believe an appropriate sentence in this case would be? Do you know facts and circumstances about the underlying crime itself from having heard the news when it all occurred? Meaning, do you know the facts and circumstances of what's alleged or in the incident, or what's alleged to have been alleged on the news? And taking in mind what the judge says sometimes, which is that news doesn't always get it right, but do you think that it would be difficult for you to listen and hear evidence that would be different than what you've previously heard from the news? One of the decisions that you may be asked, even though it is a resentencing or a death penalty sentencing, is what role the defendant himself may have played. Was it going to be difficult for you to listen to evidence as to what role he may have had in the events if you have heard facts and circumstances about the case? I don't think I have anything else, Your Honor. Do you have a motion?
All right, if I could have counsel approach, please. Ma'am, I'm going to ask that you come back on Thursday morning at 8:30 for further questioning in this case. You'll get some paperwork when you leave the courtroom. Okay. Thank you. I shouldn't have anyone else out there. All right, yeah, if you double check before we take a lunch recess. Okay. As long as my count is accurate and I have no one else out there, we'll come back at 1:30 and start this process again. Yeah, 1:30. Still good. 1:30. Is there back until 1:30. All right, great. Then we will be in recess until 1:30. You at 1:30. 40 seems to be a civil attorney.
40.
All right, are we ready to bring him in?
Defense is ready, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Let's begin seating them. Yeah, I made a note of the. Huh? Yeah, I saw his judicial assistant who was having lunch with my judicial assistant in my chambers today. Okay. And Sheree, I'll also have these that survived this round come back at 8:30. And then the ones tomorrow, yeah, and then the ones tomorrow will come back in the afternoon.
One. For Munyon.
How many more you need?
I have that color, so it must have been somebody else.
But she gave you 60 of each, I think.
Munyon, 116.
To do a Staples run, so I'm getting legal pads.
Okay, enough of the 8:30? No, that's the 115s. I need the 8:30s.
Gotta get some green markers.
All right. Then,
Number 40.
yeah, email her and tell her to bring up some more 8:30s. You should have enough of the letters, unless you've stapled them all on the other ones.
Previous employer, he's
Okay.
now on his own, I don't know.
All right.
I mean, I'm guessing he knows.
Yeah.
I don't know how long he's been on his own.
Ryan, you know Simmons?
Number 40.
There's another one.
She made 60, so you probably only have 21 of those left. So she probably needs to do another 40. Probably not quite that many, but it's easier to throw them away.
One of the clerks. One of your clerks.
What room are we in?
All right, you can begin seating them. Ladies and gentlemen, feel free to have a seat if you wish. Make sure to take your paddle. All right, ladies and gentlemen, now that you're comfortably seated, if I could have everyone stand and raise your right hands to be sworn.
Each of you solemnly swear or affirm that you will answer truthfully all questions asked of you as prospective jurors, so help you God.
Thank you. You may be seated. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's okay to talk back. Good afternoon. Welcome to the Circuit Court of the Ninth Judicial Circuit serving Orange and Osceola counties. I am Chief Judge Lisa Munyon, and I will be presiding over this case. You have been called for jury service in the case of the state of Florida versus Bessman Charles Obina Okafor. Is the state ready for trial?
We are, Your Honor.
Is the defense ready for trial? Mr. Okafor has been found guilty in the first-degree murder in a previous trial. The only issue before you will be to make findings of fact and recommend an appropriate sentence to me. The punishment for first-degree murder is either life imprisonment without the possibility of parole or death. You may have noticed that we have given each of you a number to wear on the outside of your clothes. That's your jury badge, and it has a unique number. In addition, the court deputies have placed paddles on each of the seats with seat numbers. I'm going to ask that you raise that paddle when you're answering a question. That way we can have an accurate record of who is answering the question, and we can also preserve your privacy. This is likely to be a lengthy process. Your comfort is important to me. So I want to take a few minutes to address that subject before we get started and offer any accommodation I can for you. We recognize that the seats that you're seated in can be uncomfortable at times, especially when you've sat a long time. So please feel free to stand up and stretch if you need to. If you need anything else during our time together, all that I ask is that you raise your paddle and get my attention so that I know there's an issue and I can address it with you. I will call on you, listen to your concern, and provide whatever accommodation I can. Does anyone have any concerns that I need to address at this point? If so, please raise your paddle. All right. And this is with regard to your comfort at this point. Okay, if it's not with regard to your comfort, we'll get to it at a later time. Anyone have anything that you need to talk to me about your comfort? Juror in seat 15, badge number 315. Yes, sir. I'm going to get to English speakers and non-English speakers in just a minute, okay? All right. Juror in seat 22, badge 561. Yeah, you're just standing up right there. I can't let you leave because if you leave, then I have to excuse everyone until you're back. So we'd never get finished. All right, thank you. Anything else with regard to your comfort before I move on to other areas? All right, thank you. Next, I want to let you know that it is important for jurors to hear, see, and understand the proceedings in their entirety. If you have any concern about your ability to hear while you're in court, please raise your paddle and we'll talk about it. Anyone have hearing issues? Seeing none. Does anyone have any concern about their ability to see the evidence as it's presented? If so, raise your paddle and we'll talk about it. I see none. This trial will be conducted in English, and jurors will be provided evidence and instruction during the trial in English, both orally and in writing. Since there is a general prohibition against interpreters being in the jury room during deliberations, I need to address the issue of language. So, does anyone have difficulty understanding English? And I recognize I'm asking that question in English, which is unfair. Raise your paddles if you have difficulty understanding me? Juror in seat 15, 26, 39, 41, 56. Anyone else who I haven't identified that has difficulty understanding English? I see none. Juror in seat 15, badge number 315. What is your native language, sir? Spanish. And do you have concern that you won't understand some of the trial?
Well, I do understand most of it, but some words I can't, and I cannot speak fluently.
Are you concerned that you may have difficulty understanding some of the legal terms that we use?
Especially, I know construction works and some
All right.
words, but not
Of what we've talked about so far, have you understood everything? And if not, how much have you understood?
pretty much everything.
Everything so far?
Yes.
All right. If there comes a point where you're not understanding everything, can you raise your paddle and let me know that?
I will.
All right. Thank you, sir. Juror in seat 26, badge number 67. What is your native language? What is your native language? And have you understood everything that we've said so far? All right. About how much have you understood? None? A little. All right. Thank you, sir. Juror in seat 39, badge number 181. What is your native language, ma'am? And if you could you stand? We can't hear you. Polish? All right. And have you understood what we've said so far? All right. Do you have any concerns that you will have difficulty understanding some of the legal terms later in the trial? All right. If there comes a point where you don't understand something, will you let me know? All right. Thank you, ma'am. Juror in seat 41, badge number 4682. What is your native language, ma'am? And have you understood everything that we've said so far? Do you have any concern that you will have difficulty understanding some of the legal terms? All right. If that happens, can you let us know? All right. Thank you, ma'am. Juror in seat 56, badge number 575. What is your native language? And have you understood everything so far? Do you have concern that you might have difficulty understanding some legal terms? Can you raise your paddle and let us know if that happens? All right. Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate it. Anyone else who has concern that they will, because of a language barrier, will not understand something? I see no additional hands. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, there are certain qualifications that all jurors must meet, and I need to ensure that everyone that's present here today meets those qualifications to serve as jurors. You must be 18 years of age or older. Is there anyone here that is not 18 years of age or older? If so, raise your paddle. I see none. You must be a citizen of the United States. If you're not a citizen of the United States, please raise your paddle. I see none. You must live in Orange County, Florida. If you do not currently live in Orange County, Florida, please raise your paddle. I see none. You cannot be a convicted felon unless your civil rights have been restored. If you are a convicted felon whose civil rights have not been restored, please raise your paddle. I see none. You cannot be under prosecution for any crime. If you're currently under prosecution for any crime, please raise your paddle. I see none. You cannot be the governor, lieutenant governor, a cabinet member, an elected clerk of court, or a judge. If you're any of these, please raise your paddle. I see none. Before we go any further, I want to introduce to you some of the courtroom personnel who will be assisting during the course of this trial. You already know who I am. I'm the judge, and my job is to maintain order and decide how to apply the rules of law to this trial. I will also explain various rules to you that you'll need to know in order to do your job as the jury. The court deputies, whom you've already met, are here to maintain order and security in the courtroom, and they have the charge and care of the jurors during the trial. The court deputies are also my representative to the jury. If a problem arises which you feel needs to be brought to my attention, the proper person to talk with that about is the court deputy. However, the court deputy will not be able to answer any questions pertaining to this case or assist you in any manner pertaining to your deliberations. The trial clerks, which are seated in front of me, assist me with the mechanics of the trial process. They swear in the witnesses, prepare paperwork, number and handle exhibits, and assist with all manner of other duties during the course of the trial. The court reporter's responsibility is to accurately take down everything that is said by everyone in the courtroom, including you. To assist in doing that, it is important that all of us remember that no two people should ever be speaking at the same time, and that everything that is said is sufficiently loud to assure that the court reporter can hear it. You will need to give audible answers, not just nod your head. And if you tend to answer yes or no questions with or I'm going to ask that you refrain from doing that during these proceedings. Those two sounds look amazingly similar on the record, and we will not later know what you said. As stated previously, this case is the state of Florida versus Bessman Charles Abina Okafor. The name of the defendant is Bessman Okafor, and the name of the victim is Alex Zaldivar. The attorneys representing the state of Florida are going to introduce themselves to you now, as well as anyone else who will be assisting them during the trial. Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. My name is Ryan Williams, and along with Prosecutor Jamie McManus, we will be presenting the case on behalf of the state of Florida.
Thank you. The attorneys representing the defendant are going to introduce themselves and their clients to you, and their client to you now, as well as anyone else who will be assisting them during the trial. Mr. Marrero?
My name is Ted Marrero, along with Evan Self, who represent Mr. Bessman Okafor. We are assisted by Juror.
Thank you. Do any of you know any of these individuals that I've introduced so far? If so, raise your paddle and we'll talk about it. All right, we see juror in seat 57, Mr. Rivera, who's a deputy clerk and probably knows all of us. All right. And Mr. Rivera, is there anything about your job as a deputy clerk that would make it difficult for you to sit in a case where you know many of the participants? All right. Thank you, sir. I'm sure the attorneys may have other questions for you later. Anyone else know any of the rest of us? If so, raise your paddle and we'll talk about it. All right. Juror in seat 40, number 864, Mr. Simmons.
I'm not sure if I have any cases that you may be over.
Yeah, Mr. Simmons is an attorney, and you do primarily civil law, correct? Have you ever done any criminal law?
I want to say when I was a certified legal intern, say, in 2016.
Okay, so nothing since then?
No,
All right, so you have not done any, your practice is not a criminal practice. All right, thank you, sir. Anyone else? I see no additional hands. I'm going to explain this voir dire process to you a little bit. The first part of every jury trial is known as the voir dire examination or jury selection. It is the foundation of any trial. During this process, I will ask you questions designed to determine your qualifications to serve in this particular case. And the attorneys then will be given an opportunity also to ask you questions. The purpose of the questioning is for the court and the attorneys to determine if your verdict in this case would in any way be influenced by any past personal experiences you may have had, any opinions that you now hold, or any special training or knowledge that you may possess. Please understand that the questions which may be asked are neither intended to unduly pry into your personal affairs nor to embarrass you in any way. As I stated a moment ago, this trial is limited to the jury making findings of fact and a recommendation to me as to whether the appropriate sentence is life in prison without the possibility of parole or death. I believe, after speaking with the attorneys for both sides, that the trial will last for 3 weeks, including this week. We will generally work from 8:30 or 9 until 5 or 6, with breaks for lunch, a break in the morning, and a break in the afternoon. We will work Monday through Friday and try to avoid working late into the evenings or on the weekends. I'm going to tell you a little bit about this case and some background information so that you have some understanding of this process and the schedule that we will be following. Because this is a death penalty case, jury selection is done in 3 stages. This is the first stage. The reason being, we have to talk to a large number of people, and at each stage you will be asked a different series of questions. That is why it is vital that you pay close attention to the questions being asked and that you limit your responses appropriately. I am going to give you a general overview of this process, but you don't need to memorize this. It is just for you to have some background of what to expect. If you get past today, you will have to come back either 1 more time or 2 more times before we determine whether you will be chosen to serve on this jury. If you make it past this round today, you will be called back for more questions on Thursday. You will be assigned a specific time to report back. Now, if you make it past those stages, I anticipate that the trial itself with opening statements and witnesses will start on Monday, January 22nd at 9 a.m. If you are chosen to serve on this jury, I anticipate that this trial may take up to 3 weeks, including this week. However, the lawyers may complete the case sooner. I expect this case should be completed no later than February 2nd. This means that prior to February 2nd, the lawyers will have presented all of their evidence and arguments, and by that date, the case will be turned over to the jury to consider its verdict, or as we call it, the jury will begin their deliberations. So beginning on Monday, January 22nd, our work hours will be as follows. We will work Monday through Friday from 8:30 or 9 until 5 p.m. and maybe up to 6, depending on the circumstances. For example, to avoid cutting a witness testimony off when they are almost done, I may work past 5. Now, once deliberations start, things do change a little bit. I do want to mention that for this type of case, we are also going to sequester the jury once the deliberations begin, but only if the deliberations last overnight or into the weekend. Now, let me explain what sequestration means. According to the dictionary, it means to isolate, but it's actually not as bad as it sounds. First of all, I don't know about the rest of you, but I like staying at hotels. So we put you up in a nice hotel. We provide all your meals while you're sequestered. You'll each have a private room, so you'll not be sharing a room with anyone. In summary, you'll have a nice private hotel room with someone else cooking your meals, someone cleaning up after you and making your bed. When the time comes for sequestration, I will notify you so that you will have an opportunity to pack some things and make any last-minute arrangements before reporting to court. I can also make arrangements for you to see and communicate with loved ones, such as children, spouses, partners, if the deliberations go longer than expected. Once the jury is sequestered for deliberations, I will keep our regular Monday through Friday hours in the courthouse, but we will also work on Saturdays if necessary, because we are aware of the jury's desire to move this case along. But we don't work on Sundays unless the jurors agree that they want to do that. Again, this may only come into play if the jury decides it needs additional time to deliberate, and that extends either overnight or into the weekend. The reason we sequester jurors is because the law is very clear. We have to. We have no choice in the matter. This means, but there are good reasons for doing that. We only want you to decide the case based on what you hear in the courtroom. This means you can rely on the evidence that is presented in court, whether it's physical evidence, testimony, or documents, and that's all you're to consider. We don't want the possibility that your verdict will be based on any outside information or influence, so we isolate or sequester jurors during deliberations to limit or avoid the possibility of that happening. We need a panel of jurors that can serve for 3 weeks, including this week. Let me pause here to say that most criminal trials in this circuit are only just a couple of days in length. It's rare for one to go past even a week. Every now and then, one comes along which requires me, the judge, to recruit or draft members of the community to be jurors to hear cases of some greater length. This happens to be one of those cases. Simply put, we need your help. We recognize that serving on a jury for 3 weeks can present a hardship for some of you. And I'll give you a chance to tell me if there are things in your life that you think could keep you from serving. Some of those we may be able to work around, but please understand that your definition of a hardship may not meet the legal definition of a hardship, and I'm required to follow what the law says. Having said that, to the extent that we can accommodate your concerns, we will try to do so. Obviously, this is an important case. We would like to have all of you volunteer for service, but please understand if that is not possible, you may have to be drafted, even though it could prove to be inconvenient. Many people believe that jury service is the truest form of democracy. You might recall that this idea of a trial by jury was incorporated into both our state and federal constitutions. The reason that the jury system has survived is because, by and large, it does work. I am very proud to be a part of this jury system, as are the individuals seated at these tables. But like any human institution, it's only as good as the people who participate in it. That goes for me as the judge. I've got a job to do. The attorneys have their assigned roles. But at the heart of the whole process is you, the juror. I am now going to ask about whether or not that schedule that I've given to you presents a conflict for you such that you would not be able to serve on the jury. I have broken this down into several categories, and I will go through each one. But if you have an issue that doesn't seem to fit into any of the categories, I'll ask you at the end about whether you have any other issues that might present a conflict. If you do fall into any of these categories, simply raise your paddle for each category that applies to you, because there are more than one category of hardship. So I'm going to go through each of them. First, I'm going to deal with financial hardships. A financial hardship means that your employer does not pay you for your jury service, and that because you are not being paid while you're here, without that income, you would not be able to meet your financial obligations. In other words, you wouldn't be able to pay your bills. If that applies to you, could you please raise your paddles and leave them up until I call your number? So I have juror in seat 1, 2, 4, 12. All right, the first row can put your paddles down. Seat 21, 22, 26, 27, 30, second row can put your paddles down. Third row, we have 32, 37, 42. Third row can put your paddles down. Fourth row, I have 46, 52, 54, 56, 60. The fourth row can put their paddles down. Anybody on the fifth row? All right, I see none. I'm going to start with you, juror in seat 1, badge number 279. What is your difficulty, sir? And you can stand while you're answering questions. It helps with the acoustics in this room.
I don't get paid unless I work, so it's beneficial for me to.
I can't hear you.
Sorry, it's beneficial to me to be able to work every day that I'm scheduled to get paid. That's the only thing.
So I take it your employer doesn't pay you?
No, ma'am.
And if you miss 3 weeks of income, would it be hard for you to pay your bills?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you, sir. Juror in seat 2, badge number 582. Does your employer pay you?
No, ma'am.
All right. Would it be difficult to pay your bills if you didn't get paid for 3 weeks?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Anything else you need to tell me?
No, that's pretty much it.
That's pretty much it. Okay, thank you, sir. Juror in seat 3, badge number 834.
No, I'm retired.
You're retired. I'm sorry. I thought I saw your number. Thank you. Juror in seat 12.
It was my number, you saw.
Oh, I saw number 4. Thank you, Ms. Headley. Juror in seat 4, badge number 3685. What is your difficulty, ma'am?
If I don't work, I don't make money.
And if you miss out on working for 3 weeks, would it affect your ability to pay your bills?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. Juror in seat 12, badge number 337. Do you get paid while you're here? All right. And if you don't get paid for 3 weeks, will that make it difficult for you to pay your bills? All right. Thank you, sir. Anyone else on the first row that I missed? All right. Second row, juror in seat 21, badge number 812.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Tell me about your circumstance. Do you get paid while you're?
No, ma'am.
All right. Your employer doesn't pay you for jury service?
No, ma'am.
And if you miss 3 weeks worth of pay, would you have a hard time paying your bills? All right. Thank you, ma'am.
There's one other issue too. I share a vehicle with my mom, so I only have one vehicle at my house right now.
All right. And did you drive that here so it's not available to your mom rather than your mom dropping you off?
I drove today to court, but her boyfriend and her both work, so they need the vehicle in order to take him to work, and she also needs a vehicle for when she goes to work here in downtown Orlando.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Juror in seat 22, badge number 561.
I didn't know how to answer that question because I do get paid for I think 1 to 2 days at most, under what I get. But it would definitely financially hurt me if I couldn't continue to work past that.
All right. Well, we were definitely going to be here more than a day or two. If you don't get paid, none of us like missing 3 weeks worth of work.
I have an 11-month-old baby and everything at home, and
All right.
baby too.
All right. So you just couldn't make your bills if you missed.
At all, not $20 per formula.
All right. Thank you. All right. Juror in seat 26. Badge number 67.
I'm independent, and just the insurance I pay on almost $400,000. I don't get paid right now. It's very slow, barely surviving. Kind of work at it.
All right. So you couldn't make your bills if you were here and not getting paid. All right. Thank you, sir. Juror in seat 27, badge number 451. Are you getting paid by your employer when you're here? All right. And if you don't get paid for 3 weeks, will you be able to pay your bills? All right. Thank you, sir. Juror in seat 30, badge number 566. that, well, we need to have jurors that come here and are alert. I couldn't have somebody that worked all night, a night shift, and didn't get any sleep and tried to do that for 2 or 3 weeks, because they wouldn't be making good decisions. When you say that you could work a couple of hours, are you just like talking about just if one or?
I'm sorry, sir?
All right, so 2 or 3 hours? All right. And if you were to do that, understanding that your pay would be less than what you're used to getting, would you be able to serve as a juror financially, or would it be difficult to do? So you're willing to serve if you're needed? All right. Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. Anyone else on the second row that I missed? Juror in seat 24. I am well. Badge number 740. How are you?
Good. So I own and manage a business, and other people depend on me to be there. And also, I have to be administered emergency medicine at 3:30. So I would actually have to leave now. And it was emergency, so I didn't have time to cancel my service.
All right. So you are supposed to administer medicine to someone else that needs
No, I have to be administered medicine.
at 3:30? All right. All right. Can I have the attorney's approach for a moment, please? Sir, I've had an opportunity to talk to the attorneys. We certainly don't want you to miss your emergency medicine, so we are going to excuse you from jury duty, and I'm going to let the jury room know not to expect you back down there. So you are free to go for the day. Leave your badge with the court deputy in the back. Make sure that you've already gotten your parking validated. Thank you. He was juror in seat 24. All right, anyone else on the second row who I missed? Juror in seat 28, badge number 132.
I have very limited paid time, similar to
You have very limited what?
paid time.
Paid time off?
Yes, and it would be very difficult for me to pay bills.
All right. So if you run through all your paid time off and you have to do some unpaid leave, it would be difficult for you to pay your bills? All right, and you don't have enough paid time off to be here for 3 weeks? All right, thank you, ma'am. Anyone else on the second row? All right, third row, juror in seat 32, badge number 612. All right, so if you're not getting paid, you would have a hard time supporting your family and paying your bills? All right, thank you, sir. Juror in seat 37, badge number 816. No? Oh, there we go.
Yes, I'm self-employed, and I'm in a studio where I have clients, so I would probably lose my clients in 3 weeks. I would think that would be a hardship.
All right, if you're self-employed, I assume you don't get paid if you don't work. And if you missed work for 3 weeks, would it make it difficult for you to pay your bills? All right, thank you, ma'am. Juror in seat 42, badge number 219. All right, and if you don't have income for 3 weeks, would it be difficult for you to pay your bills? All right, thank you, ma'am. Anyone else on the third row that I've missed? Juror in seat 33, badge number 807.
I do have limited vacation, however, I am a caregiver of my grandchildren. If I do not work, I do not get paid, nor can my daughter pay somebody outside of me to care for her children so she can go to work. I also am the only person at home. My husband works in the Keys, and he's only home once a month. I have pets. I have no one to care for my pets as well.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Anyone else on the third row who I missed with financial hardship? Seeing none, juror in seat 46, badge number 806.
So it would be very difficult for me to have 3 weeks off. I'm also, I have a government grant, PI, so I'm required by law to actually be working a certain amount of hours on the grant.
All right, now would it be difficult for you to pay your bills and to meet your grant obligations if you were here for 3 weeks?
Correct, 3 weeks would be very difficult.
All right, thank you, sir. Juror in seat 52, badge number 836.
Hello, I'm a commissioned salesperson, so if I don't make any calls or anything like that, I'm making money. I'm also caretaking for my wife right now. She had a major surgery last month, so she has another 6 to 12 weeks of being at home.
All right. If you missed work and your commission pay for 3 weeks, would it make it difficult for you to pay your bills? All right, thank you, sir. Juror in seat 54, badge number 416.
Hello, my employer is not going to pay me because I'm trying to be here. I'm also a student, so I have class Monday through Friday. And I'm currently my little sister's caretaker. She was diagnosed with cancer, so I'm looking up to give her all her medicine.
All right. If you missed your work for 3 weeks, would it make it difficult for you to pay your bills? All right. Thank you, ma'am. Juror in seat 56, juror number 575. I'm sorry, I didn't hear that last sentence. I didn't hear that last thought. All right. And if you were here, are you working now? Even you're not working? Okay. So it's not about missing a paycheck. All right. Thank you, ma'am. Juror in seat 60, badge number 400. Hello, how are you? I'm good, thanks. You're a busy lady. And if you missed your jobs for 3 weeks, would that make it difficult for you to pay your bills and take care of your kids? All right, thank you, ma'am. All right, anyone else on the fourth row whose hand I missed? I don't see any. On the last row, I didn't have any hands. Anyone that has a financial hardship who I missed? All right, I don't see any, thank you. The next issue is childcare. I know some of you have already told us about childcare, and if you've already told us about it, I'm not going to ask you again. But some of you may be stay-at-home parents. Others may be responsible for picking up or dropping off your kids at school or daycare. Now, as I said, court hours will start at 8:30 or 9 in the morning and be to 5:30, 6 o'clock at night. If you believe that having to keep that schedule would conflict with your childcare responsibilities, and there is no one else that could perform those responsibilities for you, like a spouse or a family member, please raise your paddle. And if you're not certain that arrangements can be made, raise your paddle and there'll be time to check. All right, and when I call your number, you can put your paddle down. I've got juror in seat 7.
6.
Oh, 6, sorry, I couldn't see you, thank you. Juror in seat 22. Juror in seat 33, 34, 39, 48, 54, 67, 69, and 75. All right. Juror in seat 6, badge number 467. What is your difficulty, sir?
I have two small children at home, 7 and 9, and they're school, and one has some special needs, so I need to be there.
All right. Are you the one that takes them to school and picks them up?
My wife and I, we both do.
All right. And are they an extended day?
No,
All right. So who's responsible for picking them up in the evening most of the time?
myself, if I'm coming back from work early, I'm a sales director, so I don't have set hours, so try not to put them in aftercare.
All right. And does your wife work outside the home?
No, just some part-time stuff.
All right. And what time do your children go to school in the morning?
They start at 8.
They start at 8. And what time do you normally get them there? 7:45-ish?
7:30, 7:45.
All right. And how long does it take to get from there to here?
25, 30 minutes.
All right. Thank you, sir. Anyone else on the first row that had childcare issues? Don't see any. On the second row, juror in seat 22, badge number 561.
I have a 11-month-old baby at home, also preemie, but also my husband works overnight, so I'm kind of caretaker during the day, and he works overnight shifts, so there's no one to watch the baby who's always on demand, you know?
Okay. All right. Thank you, ma'am. I'm sorry?
I'm sorry. I'm just gonna back in the chair.
All right, yes, we can, I have to stop this process until you're back. So go, and we will just be quiet for a few minutes. Y'all can talk among yourselves, but don't talk about the case.
It's part of it.
All right, juror in seat 22, badge number 461 is back. Thank you, ma'am. Juror in seat 33, badge number 807. You've told us that you are the caregiver of your grandchildren.
And my daughter goes to work in the afternoon. I come straight from work and stay here for my grandchildren until my son-in-law gets home, which is 7, 8, 9 o'clock at night. So, and it's a 45-minute drive from work to the home, another 4 minutes back.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Juror in seat 34, badge number 571. Good afternoon.
I'm the only one to take my son to school and pick him up. I don't have anybody else to do that. They don't have school buses because they're charter school. And
What time do you take him?
7:30,
And what time do you pick him up?
3.
And do they have extended day that he's enrolled in?
I had to pay, and it's only
Until
until 4:30.
4:30? All right. And how far is it from there to here?
Like 30 minutes.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. Juror in seat 39, badge number 181. You're taking your granddaughter to school? What time? Oh, you're picking her up from school? At 3 p.m. Is there anyone else that could do that or an extended day program? All right, thank you, ma'am. Is there anyone else on the third row whose hand I missed with childcare issues? All right, juror in seat 48, badge number 772. What are your issues, sir?
I have a 4-year-old that goes to speech therapy in the morning.
And do you take him to speech therapy? What time?
8 o'clock.
And how long does it last?
2.5 hours. I pick him up, and then we have a 30-minute break till pre-K starts in the afternoon at a different school.
All right. And do you take him, or do you do that every day or just certain days a week?
Most days.
Most days?
My spouse works outside.
All right. And is there anyone else that could do that if you were unavailable?
Not at this time.
All right. Thank you, sir. Juror in seat 54, badge number 416. All right, thank you, ma'am. Anybody else whose hand I missed on the fourth row? All right, juror number 67, badge number 478. Hi. You have how, I'm sorry. Okay. Okay. You'll have plenty of time to try to figure out whether someone else can help you. All right? So just inquire this evening. All right, thank you. Juror in seat 69, badge number 4477. Good afternoon.
So me and my wife were raising 2 of my grandkids, 8 and 7. My wife works, I'm retired, but I'm in car crew, so I drop them off at 7:45 in the morning, pick them up at 5 o'clock in the afternoon.
And is 5 o'clock the latest that you could pick them up in the afternoon?
They have 2 of them at 6.
Okay. And how far is it from here to there? 35 minutes? All right, thank you, sir. And juror in seat 75, badge number 365. Good afternoon.
So I'm a single father. I do drop-off, pickup,
All right, so what time do you pick them up in the afternoon? And they're not an extended day? All right, there's no one else that can do that. All right, thank you, sir. Anyone else that I missed with childcare issues on the last row? I see no additional hands. The next area that I want to cover is adult care. Along the same lines as childcare, but some of you may care for a parent or other adult who requires around-the-clock care. Again, given our schedule, is there anyone who believes that their responsibility to an adult family member would prevent them from serving on this jury and they cannot make other arrangements? If so, raise your paddles. See juror in seat 52, 44. All right, thank you. Juror in seat 44, badge number 332. Can you tell me about your situation? Good afternoon. Right. But you don't know what's going to happen to your mom. All right. I'm sorry that you're having to go through that. But thank you for being willing to take care of her. And juror in seat 52, badge number 836.
As I was saying earlier, my wife had major surgery last month, so I'm basically driving her to doctor's appointments in her state and such, so I have to be around.
All right.
It's 9, maybe 12 weeks of rehab and such.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Anyone else that I missed that has adult care issues? I see none. Next is travel. Is there anyone who has travel scheduled that conflicts with the schedule that I've announced? If so, raise your paddle and I'll make a note of it. Have juror in seat 7, 9, 19, 6, 29, 31, 58, 63, and 64. All right. Juror in seat 6, did I see your paddle?
Yes.
Badge number 467.
So with work, I travel throughout Florida and Georgia and kind of coordinate with the kids with my wife, so it's very difficult. We have business
When is your next travel scheduled?
tomorrow in South Florida.
Right. And that's work-related?
Work-related, correct, ma'am.
All right. Thank you, sir. Juror in seat 7, badge number 328.
I have personal travel this weekend, Thursday through Sunday.
All right. And if you were here and not able to leave until Friday, what would that mean? I mean, is it a wedding, a funeral, anything that's got a schedule?
It does have a schedule, but I could probably be flexible if I needed to be.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. Juror in seat 9, badge number 476.
I have a plane ticket to go home on the 28th.
All right. And are you going home for any special occasion or just to visit family?
Just a surprise meeting for her birthday.
Okay. And you're leaving when? 28th. And how long are you going to be gone? Through the 1st. Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else on the first row whose hand I missed with travel? Right. Juror in seat 19, badge number 153.
Hi, I'm in the process of requesting family care through work. My son and his wife just had a baby.
Congratulations.
It's our second grandchild, and I just got back. She went into labor that they had to induce her. She at risk of preeclampsia, and she's getting ready to have surgery next week.
So you need to go up and help your son care for her?
Yes, and the 2 grandkids.
All right. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. And it's out of state.
Yes. Juror in seat 29, badge number 148.
I'm scheduled for Indiana on Saturday for work for the week. And then I'm scheduled for about 2 months.
All right. And is there someone else that your job could send other than you?
Yeah, there are 2 other people going, and I'm responsible for one of the new technologies that we're launching at a
All right. And if you were here, what would that mean for your company if you couldn't go?
could be potential delays within timelines, because we're also meeting with vendors that are launching new technology.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else on the second row I missed? You're in seat 21. Badge number 812.
Yes, ma'am. I work Monday and Tuesday from 9 a.m. till 6 p.m. at my job. And then Saturdays I work 4 to 11 at my job also. And Sunday I work 9 to 6. And it's 30 minutes from my house to here on the Turnpike. And I also have that one vehicle that we share.
I know, you've already told me about those. All right. This was travel. You have any travel scheduled?
Not at the moment. We're just trying to get everything situated at my work.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. Juror in seat 31, badge number 331. I need you to speak up a little, please.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I have a week of travel scheduled for this Saturday. We're going out of the country for a week. It's a family event. I'm going with my husband. If I cancel it, we will go either, and we cannot reschedule, unfortunately.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else on the third row with travel issues? All right, on the fourth row, I have juror in seat 58, badge number 738.
Your Honor, I believe juror 41 raised the paddle.
All right.
Just a second.
Juror in seat 41, do you have any travel issues?
Yes, I do.
All right, if you could stand and tell me about those, please.
I live in Massachusetts.
When?
Actually, leaving tomorrow.
All right. Business or pleasure?
No, it's a training.
So it's business.
It's two things. I'm bringing my daughter's car and taking a training, insurance.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Juror in seat 58, badge number 738.
I'm sorry, ma'am?
And when's she getting married? All right. Congratulations. And I assume you want to be there for your sister's wedding. All right. Thank you, ma'am. Juror in seat 63, badge number 821.
I have further travel starting tomorrow morning, and I return Thursday late.
All right. And if you were here and not able to go, what would that mean?
Someone else could take my spot.
Someone else could? All right. Thank you, sir. Juror in seat 64, badge number 517. Good afternoon.
We are traveling to Maryland.
When?
2 days.
In 2 days, and how long are you going to be gone?
So, going to Maryland to see my mother. Will probably be coming back to live with us because she's her age.
Okay.
If she can stay, if she can continue on her own, we'll probably stay with her for about 2 weeks.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir. Anyone else on the last row that has travel plans whose hand I missed? I see no additional paddles. Next is school, and I know we've already talked about school with some of you, but are there any full-time students who believe that their schedules would conflict with the schedule that I have for this trial? If so, raise your paddle. I have juror in seat 54, 42, 58, 61. All right. So juror in seat 54, badge number 416. You're a full-time student? All right. And how often do you go to class? From 9 a.m. to 2:30 p.m.? All right. And if you missed 3 weeks of school, would that put you so far behind that you would never catch up? All right. Thank you, ma'am. All right. I saw more. I'm getting a few too many things on my little sheet here. But let me find my next school. Juror in seat 61, badge number 80. I think you raised your hand for school issues. Right. Well, you'll be able to check. You'll have plenty of time to check to see what your status is. All right? Thank you. And I had, oh, just raise your paddle again if you had a school issue. And I haven't talked to you. Juror in seat 42 and 58. All right, juror in seat 42, badge number 219. All right, and what time? 4 to 7. And do you think if you missed 3 weeks, that would put you so far behind that you would never catch up? All right, thank you. And juror in seat 58, badge number 738. All right, and what days do you go to class? Monday and Wednesday? And if you missed 3 weeks, would it put you so far behind you would not be able to catch up? All right, thank you, ma'am. Anyone else whose hand I missed? I see no additional hands. Next, I have medical appointments. Does anyone have a medical appointment scheduled that conflicts with our schedule? If so, could you raise your paddles, and I'll try to make a better note of it. Juror in seat 8. Is that 5? Do you have yours up? 5, 18, 41, 52 and 53, 54, 56, 45, and 60. All right. Juror in seat 5, badge number 564. When is your appointment scheduled? You need to speak up a little bit, please.
This Wednesday.
At what time?
11:15.
And if you were to reschedule that appointment, would it adversely affect your health?
No.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Next, I had juror in seat 8, badge number 818.
I have nerve damage in my arm, and I have a nerve conduction study tomorrow. And from that appointment, they'll determine whether I need neurosurgery and nerve grafting or physical therapy and occupational therapy multiple days a week.
All right. So I assume that that's an appointment that you need to keep.
Yes, we're all functioning now.
All right. What time is that appointment?
1:30.
1:50? 1:30. All right. Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else on the first row who has a medical issue whose hand I missed? All right. Second row, juror in seat 18, badge number 599.
Yes, it's actually not me, I'm the guardian.
Could you stand up? It makes it easier for us to hear.
I'm the guardian of an adult with autism. He's very high functioning, but there are certain things that he does not handle well by himself. And he has an appointment tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock.
All right. And if you had to reschedule that appointment, would it adversely affect his health?
It wouldn't adversely affect his health, to be honest, but he's been waiting to get in there for over a month now, and he would get over it. But yeah, I just wanted to let you know.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else on the second row whose hand I missed? All right, thank you. Moving to the third row, I had juror in seat 45, badge number 119. All right, and it sounds like you need to make both of those appointments since your diabetes is unstable right now. All right, thank you, ma'am. Anyone else on the third row whose hand I missed with a medical issue? Juror in seat 41. Yes, I've got it here. Thank you. Badge number 4682. If you could stand and tell me what your issue is.
I have a mammogram also tomorrow, 2 o'clock. Because I have one last week and they found something. So,
Okay, so this is a follow-up.
yeah, the next one's gonna be on Wednesday.
All right. All right. I can understand that you need to be at that appointment. Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else on the third row whose hand I missed? All right, fourth row, juror in seat 52, badge number 836.
They're not my appointments, they're my wife's appointments for physical therapy.
Okay.
She's not allowed to drive right now, so.
And how often is she going to physical therapy?
Twice a week right now, but they're probably gonna change it just based upon progression and how she goes.
All right, thank you, sir. Juror in seat 53, badge number 705.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. I have 2 appointments in the next 2 weeks. Tomorrow at 2:45 for a pre-op surgery for later February. And I actually have a surgery scheduled for next week for an injury.
All right, so it sounds like you need to be at those appointments. All right, thank you, ma'am. Juror in seat 56, badge number 575.
I have 2 appointments next week on Saturday and Monday for the central. And also I have a surgery on the 24th.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. And juror in seat 60, badge number 400. All right, what time is your injection scheduled? 2 p.m. And how long does your appointment last? It's your first one? All right, thank you, ma'am. Anyone else on the fourth row whose hand I missed? Juror in seat 54, and then I'll come back to juror in seat 12. Juror in seat 54, badge number 416.
They're going to be my sister's appointment. She's going to Burlington tomorrow at 3:30, and then next week she's going to get her chemotherapy on Tuesday.
Okay, thank you. Juror in seat 12, badge number 337. That doesn't sound, I'd rather be here.
But it's already like been delayed, and it'd just be best if I didn't reschedule it. Also, I have another 2 pending so I'm just gonna call that.
All right, thank you. That's quite all right. Anyone else in rows 1 through 4 before I move to row 5? All right, let me see if I have. Do I have any takers in row 5 for medical issues? Seeing none. Are there any other conflicts that I haven't discussed already? I see juror in seat 31, 51, 18, 40, 35. Okay. So juror in seat 31, badge number 331.
On 3rd of February, I'm scheduled to work. Sometimes we are scheduled to work weekends. If it goes over, unfortunately, I cannot change that. It is assigned to managers twice every year, 2 weekends, and February 3rd is my first weekend. I cannot reschedule it, unfortunately.
All right, thank you, ma'am. We should be done by then. Juror in seat 35, badge number 157.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Currently, I have someone in the hospital that is dying of cancer. I'm trying really hard to keep myself together.
I'm sorry that you're going through this. And I would imagine you would rather be there than here, and it's hard to concentrate. Great. Thank you, ma'am. Juror in seat 18, badge number 599.
I am also a type 1 diabetic, which is not usually a problem. I am on a pump. I occasionally go high or I go low. If I go high, I can give myself insulin, but the alerts will go off and I can't turn them off.
And we don't want you to turn them off.
And if I go low, I will need to either drink juice or snacks. Is that okay for the?
Absolutely. Absolutely. That's fine. Thank you. Thank you for letting me know. Juror in seat 35, badge number 157. I've already talked to you. Juror in seat 40, badge number 864.
Yes, Your Honor, I have a trial, it's actually, I'm serving trial on the 23rd in Osceola County where Judge Tom. So we're picking a jury.
All right, I'm sure Judge Young will understand if I've got you.
It's a 4-day trial. We have a hearing this morning. The defense counsel tried to continue it, and there's a no.
All right. Thank you, sir. I'll give you an excuse if you get chosen. Anyone else in the first 3 rows before I move to the 4th row that had an other excuse? All right, juror in seat 51, badge number 412. Hello.
My best friend's getting married middle of February.
Oh, we'll be done well before then. Well before.
So, like our spinning skates.
I'm sorry?
A bunch of random appointments beforehand. Last week. I was supposed to be there today.
All right, thank you. Anyone else on the 4th row with something that I haven't covered? Anyone on the 5th row with something I haven't covered? Juror in seat 65, badge number 641.
I'm not sure, it's not a medical appointment or anything, but I do have medical devices that have to be replaced every 72 hours at 11:30 a.m.
All right, and are they replaced? Is that something that could be done here at the courthouse if you brought your stuff with you?
It can, probably not in the courtroom.
Right, but
I just wanted to put it out there because 11:30 is not.
it's not a normal time to take a break, but okay. I've made a note of it in case it's needed. Thank you, sir. Anyone else? All right, let me see the attorneys up here for a moment with your notes. And if feel free to stand and stretch your legs where you are. Please don't leave the courtroom. All right, that's better. What I'm going to do is I'm going to excuse some of you to go back downstairs to the central jury room, and after I do that, then I'm going to give y'all a restroom break. So hold on just a moment. If I call your seat number, I'm going to ask that you stand in place. And once I finish, I'm going to ensure that I am excusing the right people based on the state's notes and the defense notes before I have you leave. So juror in seat 1, badge number 279, if you could just stand. Juror in seat 2, badge number 582. Juror in seat 4, badge number 3685. Juror in seat 6, badge number 467. Juror in seat 8, badge number 818. Juror in seat 9, badge number 476. Juror in seat 11, badge number 2056. Juror in seat 12, badge number 337. Juror in seat 15, badge number 315. Juror in seat 9, well, let's go ahead and do it by row. State, do you agree that those are the individuals on row 1 that should be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, you are free to leave, go down to the central jury room. They may have other trials for you. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Leave your paddles on the chairs. All right, in the second row, juror in seat 19, badge number 153. Juror in seat 21, badge number 812. Juror in seat 22, badge number 561. Juror in seat 24, badge number 740. Juror in seat 26, badge number 67. Juror in seat 27, badge number 451. Juror in seat 28, badge number 132. And juror in seat 30, badge number 566. State, do you agree that these are the individuals on the second row that should be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you are free to go downstairs to the central jury room. You may be needed for other trials today. On the third row, juror in seat 31, badge number 331. Juror in seat 32, badge number 612. Juror in seat 33, badge number 807. Juror in seat 34, badge number 571. Juror in seat 35, badge number 157. Juror in seat 37, badge number 816. Juror in seat 39, badge number 181. Juror in seat 41, badge number 4682. Juror in seat 42, badge number 219. Juror in seat 44, badge number 332. And juror in seat 45, badge number 119. Juror in seat 44, badge number 332. State, are these the correct individuals to excuse from the third row?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you are free to go downstairs to the central jury room. Thank you for being here with us today. Leave your paddles on the chairs. All right, fourth row. Seat number 46, badge number 806. Seat number 48, badge number 772. Seat 52, badge number 836. Seat 53, badge number 705. Seat 54, badge number 416. Seat 56, badge number 575. Seat 58, badge number 738. And seat 60, badge number 400. State, am I excusing the correct individuals from the fourth row?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thanks for being with us. I'm going to send you back downstairs to the central jury room. Leave your paddles on the chairs. All right, and in the fifth row, juror in seat 64, badge number 517. Juror in seat 69, badge number 4477. And juror in seat 75, badge number 365. State, am I releasing the correct jurors from the fifth row?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thanks for being with us. You're free to go downstairs to the central jury room. Leave your paddles on your chairs. For the rest of you, I'm going to give you a 15-minute recess. I do have some instructions for you before you take your recess. Do not discuss the case among yourselves. Do not discuss it with anyone else. Do not do any independent research while you're on this very limited break, and please do not leave the floor. When you come back in the courtroom, please take the same seat that you're in now. We have these very nifty little seating charts, and if you move around, we will be very confused. And it's been a long day. We don't want to be confused at this point. So if you could make sure you take the same seat, that will make the rest of the afternoon go much more quickly. With that being said, I'm going to give you a 15-minute recess. My watch says it is 3:20, so I'm going to ask that you be back outside those doors ready to be seated at 3:35. You are excused. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're in recess for 15 minutes. If the attorneys need to use the restrooms in the jury deliberation room, feel free to do so. If I haven't mentioned it, once we get a jury selected, we will start testimony in 19A on Monday rather than in here. It's easier to hear.
Couldn't agree more.
All right, thank you. We're in recess.
So what's the status of that?
No, we were going to do for the afternoon. It was, let me find my notes here. Afternoon is orange. But I'm, quite frankly, I'm not sure it's going to be that critical. But I might as well go ahead and give them dots. Orange dots this afternoon. Since they all have 1 through 75, just like this morning did, it's easier to have a different color dot. All right, I'll see you in a few minutes. Did Lisa bring you up additional things, or should I get them? Okay. Oh, didn't even see her.
No sugar in it, okay?
I think, yep.
Thank you. Yeah, no.
where we bring one at a time back in?
No.
She has to do the second stage.
Yeah,
and then one at a- I mean, maybe another body can get you. I want to know how you get good coffee here. How do you get good coffee here? I mean, now. That's like much earlier.
Yeah, it's about one cup is what it is. But no, it is chocolate mango. It's delicious. Mango. Yeah. It's scary. It's pretty chewy. You might as well put it on. No, of course not. Good. It's good. It reminds me of apricots. Yeah, but
No, I like the dehydrated
I like it.
mango.
This is dehydrated mango.
No,
But I like this all because it's perfect on this one. Not sweet.
the chocolate.
Yeah, it's dark.
The chocolate is too heavy for the mango.
I hear you.
And I like the really good sugar.
No. I got something for you. I got that.
No, nothing.
I didn't bring it with me, but I'll bring it tomorrow.
Okay. Yeah, the ties are in there.
Yeah, just keep the tie there, it's fine.
That's what the guy said. They were very Yeah, he brought it. Layer I could possibly get on.
to do when you got witnesses up there because you can't see shit from here and you can't hear. And they're standing there with that monitor covers half their face. I mean, if you're 5'7",
And that's the part I don't like. The
I got
sidelines
my
are
chair all
terrible.
the way up. It's as tall as I get.
After the, early morning, I know I had my hand. You said, when we're in the regular courtroom, I know I got SRT and all that, I feel safe with my hands free. If Buddy pulls up, I have to look at this. Very disgusting. Oh, okay. Yeah, all that spit and everything, I'm gonna go nuts.
All right, if the attorneys are ready, we can bring them back in and do the next part.
Yeah. So just while they're being seated, we just want to make sure, so we know that this is the original. How many, what time are they gonna come back?
8:30.
On the same day? So just to complete the total of 75, like we have to, what it is?
No, I want to have up to 100.
Okay.
So I could have half of them. No.
Because right now we have 39 in the morning and then,
Yeah. I think we're going to go through them pretty quickly. It had been my intention to have tomorrow's groups come back at 1:15. So we'll see how many.
give them the right letter.
Yeah, yeah. All right, you may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got some issues about pretrial publicity that you may have caused you to have seen something about this case recently or in the past. Some of you may have read or heard something about the case. There has been some news coverage about the case, and we want to speak to those of you who may have some knowledge about the case. In order to test whether you may have heard or read something about the case, I've asked that the attorneys prepare a factual statement, and the purpose of giving you this account is to determine whether you have read, heard, or seen anything about this case. I'm now going to read a factual statement that the attorneys have prepared. On September 10th, 2012, multiple individuals entered the house found at 503 Bernardino Drive in Ocoee, Florida. Those individuals pulled 3 of the occupants of that residence, Brianna Campos, Remington Campos, and Alex Zaldivar, out of their rooms and lined them up on the floor of the living room. Each of the residents was shot, and Alex Zaldivar was killed. Donnell Godfrey, Emmanuel Wallace, and Bessman Okafor were previously convicted of the murder of Alex Zaldivar. Alex Zaldivar was killed 1 day before a trial was set to occur for a home invasion robbery at the same residence on Bernardino Drive that had occurred a few months earlier. Brianna Campos and other witnesses identified Bessman Okafor and another man, Nolan Bernard, as the men who committed the home invasion and were set to testify against them both. Following their arrest for the home invasion, Nolan Bernard was incarcerated while Bessman Okafor was placed on home confinement and released pending the September 11th, 2012 trial. Recently, there has been news coverage of a young woman who served as a juror in a previous trial in this case. She was found in contempt of court by Judge Bleckman and sentenced to jail. Now that you know what this case is about, I want to identify those of you who may know something about the case. Please do not mention anything that you know about the case at this time. We will discuss that with you later today out of the presence of the other jurors. I simply want to identify those of you with knowledge about the case at this time. So by a show of your paddles, do any of you know anything about the case, either from your own personal knowledge, rumor, or by discussion with anyone else? If so, raise your paddle. All right, I see juror in seat 14, seat 18, seat 57, seat 59, seat 73. All right. Have you read or heard anything about the case from any source, whether it's from the media, radio, television, internet, electronic device, or newspapers? If so, raise your paddle. Have juror 14, 23, 57, 59, is that 68, and 73. All right, thank you. Have any of you before today that have not already identified yourselves seen or heard anything about this case? If so, raise your paddle if you haven't already raised it. Juror 16, 17, 57. All right. In just a few minutes, I'm going to release those of you who do not have a hardship and who have not had any prior knowledge of the case. Prior to leaving the courtroom, you'll be provided with a slip of paper with instructions to follow to show how to show up on Thursday. Unless otherwise instructed, you are to report back to the jury assembly room on the first floor on Thursday morning for phase 2 of the jury selection. And before I excuse any of you, I want to see the attorneys up here, please. In just a few moments, I will announce those that will be released for the day to come back on Thursday and those that will be remaining with us for a little longer today. Before I release anyone, I need to reiterate a very important point first. You should not discuss this case or anything that has occurred here in the courtroom with anyone else. You should avoid any media coverage about the case. You should not attempt to learn anything about the case. It is extremely important that the information you have about the case comes only from what happens here in the courtroom, and that you not receive any information about the case from any source. I now instruct each of you not to communicate with anyone, including your fellow jurors, about this case. No communication includes No emailing, text messaging, tweeting, blogging, or any other form of communication. You cannot do any research about the case or look up any information about the case. If you become aware of any violation of any of these rules at all, please notify court personnel of the violation immediately. During the course of the trial, the court may take recesses, and you will be permitted to separate and go about your personal affairs. For those of you that are being released until Thursday, this is one of those recesses. During these recesses, you must not discuss the case with anyone, nor permit anyone to say anything to you or in your presence about the case. If anyone attempts to say anything to you or in your presence about the case, tell them that you're on the jury trying the case and ask them to stop. If they persist, leave them at once and immediately report the matter to a court deputy who will advise me. No electronic devices are permitted in the courtroom. You may use these devices during recesses, but even then, you may not use your cell phone or electronic device to find out any information about the case or communicate with anyone about the case or the people involved in the case. Do not take photographs, video recordings, or audio recordings of the proceedings or of your fellow jurors. The case must be tried by you only on the evidence presented during the trial, in your presence, and in the presence of the defendant, the attorneys, and the judge. Jurors must not conduct any investigation of their own. This includes reading newspapers, watching television, or using a computer, cell phone, or the internet to get information related to this case or the people and places involved in the case. This applies whether you're in the courthouse, at home, or anywhere else. You must not visit places mentioned in the trial or use the internet to look at maps or pictures to see any place discussed during the trial. Jurors must not have discussions of any sort with friends or family members about the case or the people and places involved. So do not let even the closest family members make comments to you or ask questions about the trial. In this age of electronic communication, I want to stress again that just as you must not talk face-to-face, you must not talk about this case using an electronic device. You must not use phones, computers, or other electronic devices to communicate. Do not send or accept any messages related to this case or your jury service. Do not discuss this case or ask for advice by any means at all, including posting information on an internet website, chat room, or blog. These rules are imposed because jurors must decide the case without distraction and only on the evidence presented in the courtroom. If you investigate, research, or make inquiries on your own, I have no way to make sure that the information that you obtain is proper to the case. The parties likewise have no opportunity to dispute or challenge the accuracy of what you find. That is contrary to our judicial system, which assures every party the right to ask questions about and challenge the evidence being considered against it and to present argument with respect to that evidence. Any independent investigation by a juror unfairly and improperly prevents the parties from having that opportunity our judicial system promises. Any juror who violates these restrictions jeopardizes the fairness of these proceedings, and a mistrial could result that would require the entire trial process to start over. A mistrial is a tremendous expense and inconvenience to the parties, the court, and the taxpayers. If you violate these rules, you may be held in contempt of court and face sanctions such as serving time in jail, paying a fine, or both. When you return on Thursday, I will ask each of you to confirm that you have complied with these instructions. At this time, the following jurors are released and free to go about their business until Thursday. And I'm going to ask that I'm going to do this by rows. So jurors, seat 3, 834, seat 5, badge number 564, seat 7, badge number 328, seat 10, badge number 854, seat 13, badge number 201. Y'all are excused until Thursday morning, and you will receive paperwork on your way out for both your employer if you need it, and with instructions to report back. And juror in seat 14, if you could just wait a moment. On the second row, I am excusing for the rest of the day, juror in seat 18, badge number 599, juror in seat 20, badge number 396, juror in seat 25, badge number 856, juror in seat 29, badge number 148. I'm going to ask, you are excused for the rest of the day. You'll need to be back on Thursday morning. You'll get your paperwork in the back. Thank you very much. And the other 4 of you, if you could just remain for a few moments.
Yeah.
18?
Yes.
Juror in seat 18, yes. If you could just wait, please. Yeah. Did I call you? I'm sorry. I did not mean to. I need to have 4 people sitting on that row. And I do. All right. Thank you. On the third row, juror in seat 36, badge number 727. Juror in seat 38, badge number 698. Juror in seat 40, badge number 864. Juror in seat 43, badge number 871. Y'all are all excused until Thursday morning. You'll have your paperwork in the back. Yes, sir? You can stay behind if you would like. All right, and the rest of you are excused until Thursday morning. On the fourth row, jurors in seat 47, badge number 392, 49, badge number 506, 50, badge number 202, 51, badge number 412, 55, badge number 505, are all excused until Thursday morning. You'll receive your paperwork in the back, and I need the other 2 to remain, please. And on the last row, juror in seat 61, badge number 80, 62, badge number 731, 63, badge number 821, 65, badge number 641, 66, badge number 106, 67, badge number 478. Is that 106 or 206? Juror seat 66? 106? I wrote over it, so I couldn't tell. Thank you. I need you to, you'll be excused in just a moment. Juror 67 in seat number 478. Juror in seat 70, badge number 12. Juror in seat 71, badge number 728. Juror in seat 72, badge number 165. And juror in seat 74, badge number 2403. Y'all are all excused until Thursday morning. You will receive your paperwork in the back. We'll see you back on Thursday, and I should have 2 people remaining in that row. Juror in seat 68 and juror in seat 73, stay.
What time do we return
On Thursday, it's 8:30, and it's on the paperwork that you'll receive in the back. Juror in seat 71, you are excused until Thursday morning.
I think he asked.
Yeah, yes, ma'am. You're excused until Thursday morning. Thank you. All right. For the rest of you that remain, I will call you in one at a time, and we will discuss what it is that you know about the case. So I'm going to ask juror in seat 14, badge number 721, to remain. And the rest of you can go in the hallway. Please do not leave the floor. Good afternoon. So tell us what you know about, you're obviously staying behind because you said you know something about the case. That doesn't automatically disqualify you. So tell me what you know and from what source.
Because I answered the first question incorrectly. I read about it when I recognized the name, but it was years ago, and it's an unusual name. And I was trying to remember the details of it, but it's quite years ago, and you said it was 20.
All right. So you read about it. So was that online or in the newspaper? In the newspaper. And you really don't remember any of the details is what you're telling me?
What I remember when you gave the factual statement, that's what I remembered.
All right. So that kind of jogged your memory, what I read. Is there anything about that scenario that would make it difficult for you to be fair and impartial in making a recommendation with regard to sentence in this case? All right. Thank you, ma'am. Any questions from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Any questions from the defense?
Yeah, so you never reached any kind of opinion of your own back in the day when you read a paper about what you thought the appropriate sentence might be? You ever think about that at all? You know, I mean, it's something that sometimes people talk about at home. That person deserves this or that.
That's when I answered the first question. I realized you were saying, did I talk to people about it? And I didn't talk to anybody about it. I just read it in the newspaper, and I didn't know I heard you say something about the juror being held in contempt. I hadn't heard that, or I hadn't read that.
And nothing since then?
All right. Thank you, ma'am. I'm going to need you back on Thursday morning at 8:30. You'll receive some paperwork in the back of the room. Thank you. I need juror in seat number 16 next. Hello, sir. How are you? I am well, thank you. You're called back in because you indicated that you had heard something about this case that does not automatically disqualify you, but I do need to know what you've heard and from what source.
I saw the TV news report.
All right. Was that recently or was that years ago or both? Years ago. Do you, all right. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you.
I just have like the names on my head. It's not like the whole news report or nothing like that.
So the name was familiar. Do you remember anything about the facts of the case that you heard from that news report?
No.
Is there anything about just remembering the name that would make it difficult for you to be fair and impartial here?
No.
All right, thank you. State, do you?
Can I ask regarding the first questions you did? It's not about this. I forgot to raise my file and say that I'm the only one bringing the income to my house, and I also have a child with has problems. He has autism, and then his baby mom, not baby mom, his mother that lives with me too. She has ADHD, she has OCD, so she's not currently working. I'm the only one working at home, and the way I can manage to pay my bills is if I go over my time limit at work and I make some overtime. That's the only way I can pay my bills.
All right, does your employer pay you while you're here for your regular wages?
Yes,
but not overtime?
No, they only pay me 3 days.
They only pay you for 3 days? They wouldn't pay you for your entire time here? If you missed the 2.5 weeks worth of income that your employer's not paying you, would that make it difficult for you to pay your bills?
Yep, I get paid every 2 weeks.
All right, and you pretty much spend it all when you get paid?
Everything on the rent is only $1,800, and I get paid like each 2 weeks.
Okay. Thank you, State. Any questions?
No questions, just the motion.
All right, defense? No objection? All right, sir, I'm going to excuse you from this trial. I'm going to ask that you go downstairs to the central jury room to see if they need you anymore today. Thank you. Have a good day. I need juror in seat 17, please. Good afternoon, sir. How are you? I am well. You were called back in because you indicated that you had heard something about this case. That doesn't automatically disqualify you, but we do need to know what you've heard and from what source, what you've heard or read.
So the only thing I can somewhat remember is I remember hearing about it. I think it was through TV, honestly. Just about that people had broken into a house and then and that's really that really piqued my memory. Other than that, I don't remember a bunch of the rest of the details.
All right, and was that a long time ago or recently?
That was a very long time ago, so I think that's part of it. And then I remember a little bit hearing about the juror that you had mentioned that they got contempt. That's all I remember about that.
And if you heard it on the news, do you have a particular news channel that you usually watch?
The one that I mostly watch is Fox 35, the main morning news.
All right. Thank you. Would anything about the limited things that you remember about what you heard years ago, anything about that make it difficult for you to be fair and impartial in making a recommendation?
I don't think so.
All right. Thank you. State, any questions?
Yes, Your Honor. Sir, did you form any opinions about the appropriate sentence for Mr. Okafor based upon what you heard back then?
I mean, I was much younger back then, so at the time, I would say probably not, just because I said I was much younger back then, so I didn't really
Now that you're older and you have some familiarity with the facts, I heard you say that broken into a house and pulled into a room. Have you formed any opinions about the nature of that crime now?
I would say so, yes.
All right. So let me be more specific. Well, let me ask you, what opinion have you formed?
In my opinion, I would say that either sentence, fair sentence.
All right. I'm assuming you understand, but let's just make it clear that if you're selected as a juror, you would listen to evidence and testimony. The judge would give you the law that applies when making your recommendation, and then you would do so, which is my way of saying that you wouldn't do that. You wouldn't make a recommendation or reach an opinion until you had heard everything. Does that make sense?
Yes.
My question for you is, can you set aside any opinion that you have formed about the nature of the crime and render a recommendation to the court on the sentence based solely on what you hear in the courtroom?
I would say yes, but I know that opinions in general are very hard to...
I need you to speak up a little, please.
I said I would say yes, but I know opinions in general are a very difficult thing to set aside, so...
Right. So I hear you saying that you can't guarantee us that. Is that fair?
I would say so, yes.
But do you have an opinion one way or the other as to what an appropriate sentence is right now?
As of right now, I don't have a very set opinion.
Okay. And I'm sorry to keep nitpicking, but I try to listen carefully, and you said you don't have a very set opinion. Does that mean you do have one opinion over the other, i.e. one sentence over the other, or you have no opinion whatsoever?
I would say, so I'm very opinionated on just the life sentence in general. So in my opinion, I think they're both equal in my opinion. So I would say one over the other. I would say that a death sentence over a life sentence just because that's just my opinion.
All right. And that's your opinion having not heard the evidence?
Correct, yeah.
The question is, could you set aside the opinion that you have based upon what you heard in the news and make a recommendation to the court based only on the law and the facts. Okay, so another way to say that, and if I'm wrong, correct me, is your opinion, the opinion you have now is not so fixed that it would not be changed or would not be open to the evidence and making a decision only on that.
That is correct.
That's all I have. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Questions on behalf of the defense?
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry, sir. I just want to make sure excuse me if I'm just looking at, we get a simultaneous transcript of everything that's said. Sometimes I can't hear very well. So did you say that you thought a death sentence over a life sentence is kind of your opinion at this point?
That's my opinion in general.
In general?
Not specific to this case, just in general.
All right, well, without, we're intending to go into that in some greater detail in the future, go there. But I guess in the context of the questions that we're asking, our concern has to do with the effect of any pretrial publicity on you and on your opinion. So it sounds, don't let me put words in your mouth, I'm trying to understand your position. It sounds like you're saying that in general, when it comes to, I guess, homicides, your opinion is people deserve to get the death penalty for that. But that what you heard in the news about this case doesn't alter your opinion one way or the other. Is that fair to say that, or am I?
That is correct. So, you want me to clarify like how my opinion is?
Sure.
So, my opinion is basically if someone's going to get the life sentence, what's the difference of them getting a death sentence? Because they're just going to sit in prison for their life. To me, it's equivalent. So that's just my general opinion in any case. So that's how I thought. It just doesn't make sense to me to have them sit in prison for their whole life versus just death sentence. But again.
Okay, well, I mean, in regard to whatever you learned about this case from the news or elsewhere, like, for example, I didn't hear you say that you knew anything about the juror that was held in contempt, is that correct?
I've only heard of it. I couldn't tell you if it was part of this case or not, honestly.
Okay, so that didn't have any effect on your opinion?
No.
The facts that you learned about back in the day, some 14 years ago now, does your knowledge of those facts alter your opinion in any way? No. Would you say? Okay. All right. Thank you. That's all I have.
All right. Any other questions, or do the attorneys need to approach?
Thank you. No further questions.
All right. Then I need to have the state approach as well. All right, sir, I'm going to ask that you come back on Thursday morning at 8:30 for further questioning. All right? And you'll get some paperwork in the back. Thank you. I need juror in seat 18, please. Good afternoon. You were called back in, obviously, because you have heard something about the case. That doesn't automatically disqualify you, but we do want to know what you've heard or read, and from what source.
I'm not even sure if it was this case, because she didn't talk about any names or anything, but this morning when I was standing in line at security, waiting to get into the building, another juror was telling me about this case where a juror was held in contempt and is now in jail, serving 180 days for talking about a case. So that's
All right. So she was talking about the case while telling you about a juror that went to jail for talking about the case. That's so wise. Is there anything about that exchange that would make it difficult for you to be fair and impartial in making a recommendation in this case? Well, that's a good thing. All right. Thank you. State, any questions? Defense?
Nothing.
All right. Ma'am, I will need you to come back on Thursday morning at 8:30. You'll receive some paperwork in the back with instructions and a letter to your employer if you need it. Thank you much, and I will see you on Thursday morning. I need juror in seat 23, please. Hello. Feel free to have a seat anywhere up there. Sir, you were brought in, obviously, because you said you had heard or read something about this case. That doesn't automatically disqualify you, but we do need to know what you've heard or read and from what source.
Well, it was so long ago, but I remember watching a news story, but it was, like I said, it was so long ago that like hearing the name kind of sounds familiar.
Would you have remembered, do you remember any of the facts about what you heard on the news, except for what I told you just a few minutes ago? All right. Would anything about what you heard years ago on the news make it difficult for you to be fair and impartial in making a recommendation to me with regard to sentence?
Yes.
It would? Why?
Yeah, because it's not only because of this particular case, but anytime I see on the news about something similar like this happening, I always go by my guts and not, not like look at the facts like authority. Yeah.
So are you telling me that you've already made a decision in this case what the appropriate penalty is before hearing the evidence or the law?
Sadly, yes.
All right. And is that an opinion that you could set aside and follow the law once I give you the law?
Maybe.
But you're not certain? All right. State? All right. Then, sir, I'm going to excuse you from this case. I'm going to ask that you report back downstairs to the central jury room on the first floor. All right. Thank you very much. Have a good day. Oh, somebody left a notebook? All right. Thank you. Next, I need juror in seat 40. Hello, sir. How are you? All right. You just have a seat or, so tell me, what is it that you wanted us to know?
So, aside from the fact that I wanted to talk about the trial that I'm set for, but aside from that, a percentage of my cases are negligent security cases. So when I left doing my CLI, I can apply the facts to the case. I can definitely do that. I just don't want to be a little bit jaded because the cases that and the case that I have a trial next week for is a negligent security case where it's been 4 years and we're trying to fight for this client. And, and I've been delving into the criminal system, and what's been going on in both counties. I've got a number of cases that negligent security that are here where I felt like there were some failures in what has been going on with.
I would assume that those negligent security cases are commercial properties.
Some of them.
All right.
Some of them are like homeowners claims.
All right. And none of them involve this particular home.
No, I don't believe this particular. I think in 2012 I was defending a case in Jacksonville, shooting.
All right. All right. Thank you. State, do you have any questions?
No questions, but if we could just approach one.
All right. Defense, do you have any questions?
I'd like to hear what Mr. Williams has to say first.
Okay. Come on up. All right, Mr. Simmons, the attorneys have agreed to excuse you from this case. I'm going to ask that you report back downstairs to the central jury room on the first floor. I next need to see juror in seat 57. How are you, sir? I am well, thank you. You were called back in because you have heard or read something about the case. That doesn't automatically excuse you. However, we do need to know what you know about the case and the source of your information.
Whatever the media said, because I work here as told you before, the records office, and we get a lot of media requests for copies on the defendant's case. So it happened. We did discuss something at the office, but then after the first sentencing, I thought it was done.
In your job as a deputy clerk, when you're fulfilling these records requests from the media, did you have occasion to read any part of the court file?
At the moment, because it was a high-profile case, when it was released to the media, I kind of glanced through it, but really wasn't, I wasn't really interested because I have work to do because a lot of people will come in from all different media channels, copies of the incident report.
All right. Would anything about what you read or heard about this case make it difficult for you to be fair and impartial with regard to making a recommendation to me regarding sentencing? Yes. Would anything that you read in the file or heard in the media make it difficult for you to be open-minded about the particular sentence and listen to the evidence that's presented here, the law that I give you, and make a decision only based on the evidence you hear in the courtroom and the law that I give you?
Well, I personally believe on that sentence, death penalty. Whether the media will influence me, I don't think so. But, like I said, I don't watch news all the time, only when like high-profile cases.
All right, thank you. Mr. Williams, any questions?
Yes, John. Good afternoon, sir. So you said you personally believe in the death penalty. Is that like a general belief, or are you talking about the death penalty in this case?
It's general belief because in my family, we have had loved ones that they've been killed or murdered, and not on this state, in another state.
All right. So at any point during your, I'm going to say, interaction with the case, reading the case file or seeing it on the news, did you form an opinion about what sentence Mr. Okafor should get in this case? Yes, sir. Did you ever form an opinion about what Mr. Okafor's sentence should be in this case at any point prior to today?
No, not yet, because I haven't fully seen the whole case.
You have not, yes, sir. But some people form opinions before, so I wanted to make sure that wasn't the case. Let me ask you a follow-up question. You also said that you referenced the phrase "after the first sentencing." Are you familiar with the fact that Mr. Okafor previously was sentenced?
When he was a mistrial?
Okay, are you talking about the one a few months ago?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Do you have any memory about the procedural events that occurred years ago when he was tried back in 2012? Do you have any memory of that?
No.
Okay, so you don't know what happened with the case back then?
Whatever the news says that day.
Okay. Do you remember it now as you sit here today?
No, I don't. That's like what, 2012?
It was a long time ago, yes, sir. Okay. So the final question I have is, can you take anything that you've heard about or read about in the media or in your work as a clerk and set it aside and make a recommendation to the court about the appropriate sentence based only on what you hear in the evidence in this case and the law the judge gives you?
I don't know. I don't understand the question.
Are you going to use anything that you heard about beforehand to make a decision if you're selected as a juror in this case? Or can you listen only to what is presented to you in the court and the evidence that you hear?
I will have to listen what's presented now in court for this particular case.
Okay, understood. I understand. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, defense.
This isn't really the section of the jury selection where we go in depth into people's opinions about the death penalty, but since you brought it up, I just wanted to know, is your opinion about the death penalty, it sounds like it's based on things that your family has endured. Is that fair?
Yeah,
Is that a fixed opinion? Like, do you believe that the death penalty is the only appropriate sentence in homicide cases?
No, state would object at this point, given the lack of predicate and the law that's going to be presented.
I'm going to sustain. There'll be more questioning on it later.
So, what you know, I mean, you have a privileged position because of your job with the clerk's office, having access to information that other people might not necessarily have access to.
But to make it clear, I don't go to the case and read everything because I don't really got time. And
believe that.
And in our office, we changed the whole scenario. Now we do passports, so we don't have time for that. So.
Okay, so it sounds like you're already answering my question, which is coming up, which is, Based on your position, do you have access or have you had access to information about this specific case that has gotten you to form an opinion about what you think the appropriate sentence is?
Well, to have access, yes, but reading it, no.
That's exactly my question.
You know, like I said, I don't have time because we go through so many cases. So no. My question is no.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, so I'm going to need you to be back here Thursday morning at 8:30 for further questioning. All right, and you'll get some paperwork in the back. Thank you. Next, I'll need juror number 59, seat number 59. How are you, sir? You were called back in because you indicated that you knew something about the case from what you read or heard. That doesn't automatically disqualify you. We just need to know what you know and from what source. So can you tell us that?
Yeah, I hardly got its dismissal. It was just this morning I literally woke up and this case talked about a moment of mention in the case and it happened again. And about the details. And then I think the father kind of made a statement that posted as well. Something to the effect of I don't care if he gets life or not, or what the outcome is as far as things go.
So what news stations do you typically watch, or did you watch this? Fox 35 this morning? All right. Anything about what you heard this morning that would cause you to be unable to set aside what you heard and concentrate on what you hear in the courtroom and decide the facts on what you hear in the courtroom and the law that I give you? All right. Thank you. State?
No questions, Your Honor.
Defense?
I'm sorry, I had a little trouble hearing. You said that when you were watching the news that you had heard the father of the victim speaking? And were you familiar with any of the facts or circumstances of the case itself? And have you formed any opinion as to what you think would be an appropriate sentence in a case like this? And today was the only time that you've heard any kind of news coverage? You didn't see anything pop up on your phone or read a newspaper or anything like that? And no other news coverage from any other channels? That's all I have.
All right. Sir, I'm going to need you to come back on Thursday morning at 8:30. You'll get some paperwork in the back that has instructions for reporting and a letter to your employer if you need it. All right, see you Thursday morning. I need juror in seat 68. Welcome back, ma'am. You were called back in because you indicated you had heard something about the case or read something about the case. That doesn't automatically excuse you or disqualify you from serving on the jury, but we do need to know what you've heard and from where. So could you tell us that, please? Yes.
I live in a Kobe. It was on the news all the time. And this morning when I came in, or this afternoon, I saw the news van outside, and I automatically thought there's a criminal case going on. And when I came in here today and stated the style of the case, I recognized the name.
Yeah, because you live in a COE, did you pay a bit more attention to the news reports than you might otherwise have paid? All right. Would that make it difficult for you to be fair and impartial in this case?
I think so.
All right. Do you think you could set aside what you've heard and decide this case only on the facts that you hear in the courtroom and the law that I give you?
No, I think that would be hard.
All right. Thank you. State? Defense?
Rejoin.
All right. Ma'am, I'm going to excuse you from this case with the thanks of the court. I'm going to ask that you report back downstairs to the central jury room on the first floor.
Thank you so much.
Have a good day. And I need to see juror in seat 73. He should be the last one out there. Welcome back, sir. You were asked to remain behind because you indicated that you had heard or read something about this case. That does not automatically disqualify you, but we do need to know what you've heard or read and from what source. So could you tell us that?
Actually, at the time, I worked at one of the local news stations,
Which one?
WFTV. So I was in front of, exposed to all the media, and I recall the story and the defendant's name when I worked there.
And what did you do at WFTV when you worked there?
I was on the sales side, but we work hand in hand with the news department. People talk amongst themselves. The TV's all over the place, so I've seen all the major stories over the years.
All right. Would that make it difficult for you to set aside what you've heard and decide this case on the facts you hear in the courtroom and the law that I give you?
I think I have a little bit of bias since I've heard other people's opinions on the story already.
All right. Thank you. State? All right. Defense?
Rejoin.
All right, sir, I'm going to excuse you from any further consideration of this case with the thanks of the court. I'm going to ask that you report back downstairs to the central jury room. I suspect they'll be releasing you for the day at this point. All right, thank you very much. Have a good day. And that should conclude everybody I have out there. All right, let's regroup for a moment. So out of our two panels so far today, we have 70 jurors, I believe. 39 from this morning, 31 for this afternoon. And even though I'm a lawyer, I can still do simple math. Barely.
When it comes together as a whole number?
Yeah. So if we get the same results tomorrow morning with the 75 that we start with tomorrow, we may be able to death qualify. We may get up to 100. We might have met my goal of having 100 for death qualification. We may be able to death qualify tomorrow morning's panel tomorrow afternoon and not have to have them come back on Thursday. So I'm just letting you know that that's a possibility to efficiently use our time. We may not need to bring any additional panels tomorrow afternoon. We'll just have to see how tomorrow morning goes. All right, anyone have any questions about that? And we will obviously death qualify the other jurors on Thursday. I don't know how long that'll take. If we get done early, we can either go into general and y'all can have Friday off, or we can start on Friday morning with general. And whenever we finish, you would have the rest of the day off, because we're not starting with witnesses until Monday. All right, so I'll let y'all talk about that and decide what it is you would like to do if we finish early on Thursday.
Yes, Your Honor.
I will see everyone in the morning on 9 o'clock, good? All right, see you in the morning at 9 o'clock. Thank you. This is panel 2. This is panel 1. Shereen, is there anything you need from me? Green, okay. All right, good enough. Thank you very much. See you in the morning.
Courtesy of Evans Law Office. Haven't been laying around.
Yes.